All right, so we're gonna officially start. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. It's good to see you all here today. This is the fourth consecutive year that CaMSIGN has the yearly CaRMS overview program, and it's all of it's possible with the gracious collaboration of all the program directors across Canada. This year we have all 12 programs represented. So. I would like to ask everyone to kindly open their cameras to make the session as interactive as possible. And regarding the format, it will be similar to previous years, 30 minutes per program. And after the official presentation, you'll be able to ask your questions either by unmuting yourself, raising your hand. Just feel free to engage whenever.
Yeah, so thanks everybody for joining. There's a lot of you, it looks like, so about the right number that I would expect. I'm obviously on holidays, so in somewhere nice. So I'm not in London right now, but the truth is we have ample time to go other places and see nice things and relax. So I don't have very many slides. I'm just gonna give you a general overview. It's kind of nice that I get to go first because everyone else is going to say more or less the same thing because the program is very similar in every program across the country. And I'll just introduce the faculty quickly and our residents and just briefly talk about CaRMS, which is new and scary for all of you, but ultimately you're all going to do fine and you're all going to get a spot somewhere. So, yeah, so what's neurosurgery at Western? Oh my God, stupid phone. Yeah, so I think doing neurosurgery in London is one of the top surgical programs in the country. I can honestly say that I didn't expect to train in London myself, and I wouldn't have gotten such a fantastic surgical experience anywhere else. We currently have 14 residents, and in general, we tend to have 12 residents or 2 per year, but I've grown the program to 15 residents to make more space for residents to do electives off-site, such as in Windsor or possibly Sudbury or elsewhere, and also for people to go off and do their research because we were a bit short when 3 or 4 people all went off in a row to do their research time. We last had our accreditation in 2023, I want to say, and was successful. So our next accreditation is going to be in 2027. Resident teaching is important to all of the faculty, whether they're clinician researchers or clinician teachers. And residents have a lot of flexibility in the system to do the sort of things they want. I've been able to send residents for 3-4 year PhDs off for research time. They've done research time in Miami and out of country and Pennsylvania and Philadelphia. And it basically gives the residents a lot of latitude to do anything they want to do. We had been hosting the rookie camp for a while. That's elsewhere now. Some of the slides and the pictures are from that rookie camp. So the way it works in London is that, as with all CBME programs, you sort of have your foundations, your core, and then your transition to practice. In the first year, residents spend about 6 months doing neurosurgery and working very hard. And then they have a few other rotations in internal medicine, a month in plastics, a block on orthopedic spine, one block of trauma, a couple of blocks of neuropathology. You're required to do 3 blocks of neurology, so it's nice to get some of that done in the first year. Second year, you spend a little bit more time on the pediatric service. ICU is a big time for that, so our residents do 3 blocks of ICU between the 2 sites. Some neuroradiology, anesthesia if they want. The third year tends to be just a lot of neurosurgery, I would say. So not the whole 12 months, but they split their time between pathology and on-site at University Hospital and off-site at the Windsor campus. For fourth year, residents tend to go away and do some kind of research or start a PhD, I would say. And then the exam, the written is moved to the September of 5th year. So the plan is for them to come back in October after the end of their research time, and then basically come back to be chief resident essentially for 6 to 12 months. And then 6th year is just sort of some polishing with some transition to practice and writing the oral exam and so forth. So in London, we cover all of the subspecialties of neurosurgery. Residents are able to spend time on a number of off-service sites like you see there. There's, again, if a resident came to me and said they wanted to do emergency medicine or general surgery, I would say, sure, why not? Because those were rotations I did when I was a resident. But there are some rotations that sort of get eliminated over time as the residents review the program and decide which rotations are most useful to them. So these are the faculty that we have. On the start on the top left, Dr. Mel Bolton is our chief. We graduated the same year. He does vascular neurosurgery primarily, and he's dual trained. Neil Dougal is one of our spine surgeons who also does pituitary surgery. Sandrine Deribo-Pierre is one of our pediatric neurosurgeons. Matthew Hebb performs skull-based surgery. Myself, I perform functional neurosurgery, so a lot of spinal cord simple pain and DBS and epilepsy surgery. Dr. Megacy is our oncology surgeon. Dr. Yang is our spine surgeon slash vascular neurosurgeon slash industry innovator, creating computer systems and image guidance systems and robots that can be used in the operating room. Dr. Ng is one of our spinal neurosurgeons. Dr. Adriana Ranger is another one of our pediatric surgeons. She's the original. And then we have John Lau, who's come on staff a couple of years ago as my partner to do epilepsy and DBS. Fawaz Siddiqui is one of our spinal neurosurgeons who works primarily with the orthopedic group. And then we have Dr. David Stephen, who is the chair of CNS and our primary epilepsy surgeon. They're all very easy to work with and have a lot of fun together. So these are our residents currently. We have Simon on the top left, who came to us from Montreal. We've got Mohammed Alistad, who came to us from Kuwait by way of Dublin. Priscilla Chan, who's from Ontario, but did her undergrad in Vancouver. Alex Mastro-Leonardo, who's just a beacon of energy from McMaster. Rana Moshraf is from Saudi. Happy Inabunu came to us from Toronto. Amirti Vivekanandan is one of our Western medical students. Ryan Wang similarly came from Toronto. Mohammed Abbas and Brendan Santer came from Western. Burnett Johnston, who doesn't look like that anymore, came to us from McGill by way of Calgary originally. And then Mohammed came to us from Kuwait. So you can see we have a smattering of ISRs and Canadian graduates who get along very well. They're actually going bowling next week for a social event. So the way CaRMS works at our center, and I'm sure it's most centers, is we strike a subcommittee, which I try to get the residents heavily involved in, and I take what they believe and what they feel to a great degree. The consultants are welcome to review the files as well. And then basically there's usually about 28 or 30 applicants for 18 or 19 spots. So I just every year decide that we are going to interview just as many candidates as there are spots. So if there are 19 Canadian spots, we will interview 19 candidates. So most are offered an interview, but not all. All of us have different criteria, but we get together and decide which are going to be our top choices for interview time. And then interview day comes up, and that's for last year. I guess we didn't change that. I can't remember what our interview day is this year, but it'll always be a Tuesday. We tend to have 2 rooms. In the past, we had 3 rooms, 2 rooms of consultants and 1 room of residents, but I suspect this year will be sort of a mixture of consultants and residents. And we'll have sort of 3 or 4 standardized questions like every center, and then put the rank list in. And as you all know, your ranking counts for a lot more than anything we think. And we will be getting an ISR again next year from Saudi. So we will have 3 residents starting in July, which is luxury perfusion, in my opinion. And that's it. If you have any questions, now's your time, or you can email me after the fact, I suppose. Any questions from the audience about what is unique about London, I suppose? That was fast. And I do have a video online somewhere from some other site that I made about training in London that sort of showcases activities in London and you know, things that we do and how we operate, so forth, and the history. Oh.
Does anyone have any questions?
We have a question in the chat from Ali Mohammed. Thank you for the presentation. What about the Saudi international applicants? Any advice to help get in more chances of acceptance?
I don't think there's anything specific. I don't think there's anything specific to do. I mean, again, we have the residents look at the files and they pick which ones they want to interview. This year we had 6 applicants and we decided arbitrarily to interview 3. And some years we'll make 3 offers and everyone will decide they'd rather go to a bigger city or a bigger center because they really want to live in a fancy city like Montreal or something. And then some years they decide they're going to come and join us after they meet us. So I don't think there's anything specific. It's hard to tell in an ISR's file what they're like and how hard of a worker they are, I suppose, on service. I think most program directors and residents and interview teams tend to feel that Saudi residents or international residents that spend time overseas, say in Ireland or in Europe, tend to perform better when they come on service in a Canadian program. So, and that's true for Canadian residents. I could say for myself, having done some fellowship out of country in Australia, it's a very eye-opening experience to go to other centers and see how they operate because there's a lot more than one way to skin a cat. So
I guess I can ask a question and follow up to that. Oh, we have another question in the chat. How much weight does your program place on publications for applicants?
yeah, I think that's different between every ranker. So I will say for myself, it doesn't count for anything for me because I don't put a heavy weight on that. I care mostly if someone can use scissors and whether or not they show up on time for work and they sort of get in there and get their hands dirty. But I do have some colleagues who do look very closely at residents' publication file. Obviously, as program director, it's my job to sort of integrate all that information together to figure out who are the best candidates. But I wouldn't say research success correlates with success in residency. So.
Thank you. I guess I can ask more questions. What have been some career paths that recent graduates from your program have taken and kind of different directions that they've gone after completing their residency at Western?
I think we have people everywhere, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
We've got people all over the US, you know, all over Canada. Really, the door is open. Our residents are so well trained in terms of surgical decision making and performing surgery that they should be ready to hit the ground running from day one. I can say I did that myself. There's no trouble. I mean, we used to say when people would ask us that question, what happened to all your residents? We would say they're all program directors. But the truth is, like, Gwyneth Pickett is the program director in Dalhousie. I have a good friend, Eve Starveld in Calgary, working there. Greg Bowden's in Edmonton. We have people in North Dakota and Ohio, you know, New York State, etc. People tend to go everywhere. One of our recent graduates just starting in Ottawa, and he's exceptional. That's going to be quite good for them. So really pretty much the whole country. So. Vancouver, Faisal's in Vancouver. Anyways.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Barbara, do you have anything?
No, if there's no other questions, I would like to thank you, Dr. MacDougall, for joining us again and taking time off your vacation. I wish you a good rest of the day, and we hope to have you next year for our 5th consecutive program. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for organizing this. It's a lot of work and it's thankless work, but I think it is important that if nothing else, you guys get to all meet us a little bit and, kind of figure out what we're all about. And because every program has a little bit of a different personality, and you have to sort of figure out if your personality jives with, the personality of the program, which is why the most important thing you can do is come and visit a program. Even if you're remotely interested in it, just go visit them, meet the residents, because there might be a resident group you get along really well with, and there might be a resident group maybe you don't get along really well with. And it's important to be true to yourself and, find a training program that's going to work for you.
Awesome. Thank you. It's an important advice indeed.
Yeah. Have a good night.
You too.
Boa
Thanks.
noite.
Thank you so much, Dr. MacDougall.
That should be working there. Can you see my slides?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. Sorry. Thanks so much for your patience, and sorry to be delaying things. But I'm Brian Drake. I'm the Neurosurgery Program Director here in Ottawa. This is some of our sort of extracurricular activities in Ottawa. Some hiking, dinners out. The bottom right here is our old chief, Howard Lesiak, used to have an annual trip to his cottage, which is in about 2 hours from here, just north of Kingston. So I think one of the best things about our program, or one of the nice things about our program, is the city. So Ottawa is a very nice place to live. I think it really benefits from being the capital city. So there's a lot of infrastructure, a lot of support from the federal government for the city itself, and it's a nice size. So it's a big enough city that you have everything here. You have a football team, hockey team, interesting restaurants, interesting things to do, but it's still relatively small. That it's manageable and affordable. Most people, if you have to go 20 minutes by car in Ottawa, that's far. So most people are within a pretty reasonable distance of the hospital, which is a great, bump to your quality of life. Me personally, I live a 5-minute walk. So the hospital itself is in a very nice neighborhood, and I just kind of stroll into the hospital. This is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, the canal. So the canal freezes, and if anyone's ever done that, it's a very cool winter activity. Global warming has impacted that. I think last year it was only open for a couple of days. The year before, it was the first year I think it never opened. But hopefully, we're hoping for a better winter this year. This is the National Gallery. This is, I think, a St. Patrick's Cathedral. Again, more sort of resident activities is hiking Gatineau Park. The Ottawa Hospital is where all the neurosurgery is at the Civic Campus, but the Ottawa Hospital is a group, sort of a network of hospitals, kind of like UHN in Toronto. So we have 2 main campuses of large hospitals, and then some more satellite centers, and then the Heart Institute. We have a catchment of about 2 million people, the Ottawa Valley plus surrounding areas. We also have an interesting relationship with the Iqaluit. So we have an agreement with the government of Nunavut that all patients who require tertiary level care in Nunavut are sent here. Does anybody know why that's particularly interesting for neurosurgery? There's a couple reasons, actually. Specifically vascular. So the Inuit have, I think it's a 6 times risk for formation of aneurysms compared to Northern European ethnicity. So despite a small population, there's a huge volume of aneurysms that come from Iqaluit. So that's sort of an interesting thing for us, and it comes with its own set of, they are in some ways a vulnerable population, coming from a lower socioeconomic status, mistrust of the healthcare system. So it comes with some sort of interesting social nuances. This is our hospital. It's an old building. They're building a new hospital, which will be, they say, ready in 4 to 5 years. which is being built just down the road. And then this nice old building, I think, will be knocked down and turned into a long-term care facility. So here's more pictures of our residents. So our hospital has about 30 ICU beds. We have an ICU, we have a neuro step-down unit called the NACU, and then the neurosurgery ward. Depending on the volume goes up and down, but there's often 80 or 90 patients on our service altogether. Our children's hospital, Chow, is where the pediatric rotation is. So it's one of 4 children's hospitals that does neurosurgery in Ontario. Our faculties, we have 9 adult neurosurgeons and 3 pediatric neurosurgeons. We cover the full gamut of all the subspecialties of neurosurgery, endovascular, open vascular, skull-based spine. We have 2 functional neurosurgeons and a new epilepsy neurosurgeon. So the epilepsy program is in its infancy, but it's sort of becoming more established. So we hired Alan Khalil, who came from London, who you just heard about. He started in the summertime, and he's sort of one of the 2 people who will be building the epilepsy program. The epilepsy monitoring unit is up and running. So they've been, the neurology team has been also recruiting and building their program. And we have a robot coming in a couple of months. These are our current residents. So we usually take 2 residents every year. And we have a little bit of a bottleneck in PGY4. But last year we took 1 CMG, 1 IMG. This year, I believe we're taking 2 CMGs. And that's something that's a little bit out of our control. It's usually up to our PGME. This is our CaRMS. So we do of course, it's all virtual now, but we usually do a CaRMS sort of information night similar to this in the fall, and that'll be, I think, coming up in the next couple of weeks. And then we do before the CaRMS interviews, we do a sort of an online social event. That's where this came from. Last year we did an escape room. It was actually pretty fun. And then we do the interviews the following day. It's for 4 sort of stations. One of the strengths of our program, I think, is the dedicated protected teaching. So we have officially 2 protected mandatory and protected teaching sessions per week. On a Tuesday afternoon is our difficult case rounds, and then on Friday morning is our academic half day. But then every other day of the week, there are other opportunities and teaching rounds. On Mondays, we have neurovascular rounds, Tuesday difficult case rounds. Wednesdays, we have a neuroradiology rounds, which is run by the neuroradiology fellows, and the target audience is the neurosurgery residents. We have neuro-oncology rounds every week on a Monday morning. And then Thursdays, we have stroke rounds. And then Friday mornings, we have alternating between spine rounds and peripheral nerve rounds. We also have a pretty strong simulation center. So we do twice a year, we do a cadaveric simulation. So in the spring, we did spine. So we did instrumentation of cervical, thoracic, lumbar, posterior approaches. And in another week in November, I think it's next Friday, we're doing endonasal skull base simulation. We have regular journal clubs, so those are 4 times per year, and we usually take the opportunity to do it at a nice restaurant. So it's like a nice opportunity to kind of get together, have a nice meal, and then also present a couple of interesting papers. Ottawa is the home of the National and International Neurosurgery Review Course. So it started here. I think they're in their 14th or 15th year now. It was started by Charles Agby. Now it's run mostly by Safraz Mohammed and Fahad Al-Kharif. This was, I think, a photo taken last year at that event. These are from the simulation center. I think that was from the spine session. We also had, yeah, so we sent one of the cadavers through the CT scanner, and we were able to navigate the whole spine in the cadaver. That's pretty cool. This was from there's a third ventriculostomy lab that we did in a pig. So it was pretty cool. So we had 2 pigs, and then we put the neuroendoscope in the ventricle, and we did the third ventriculostomies in the pigs. It worked pretty well, actually. That's what the basilar artery of a pig looks like. As you can see, this is sort of the prepontine cistern of the pig. PGY4 is a research year. So we've had residents do masters. So Jessica Rabsky, who's now on faculty here, did a master's in education at U of T. Mike Taccone did a PhD in neuro-oncology at U of T. We've also had graduates do masters abroad and here at the University of Ottawa. There's a Department of Surgery Research Day that neurosurgery always is pretty well represented and often scores pretty well in their prizes. The operative exposure here is excellent. I think I have some data here. These are just sort of random pictures from the OR. But I have some data here to show. This is a sort of assignments. I think this was from last year, but every week the chief resident looks at the elective cases for the week and then assigns the residents on where they think the where they would get the most benefit to make sure that every case is covered and there's opportunities for learning for everybody. But yeah, so this is up-to-date data. This goes from July 23 to September 2024. So these are all the neurosurgery cases done in Ontario. And the dark blue is scheduled and the green is unscheduled, so like emergency list cases. So here's Ottawa. So our average is 90 to 100 elective cases per month, and somewhere around 40 to 50-ish in the emergency cases. And then you can compare that to other centers in the rest of Ontario. So Trillium is a bit of an outlier, right? Their volumes are pretty big. The St. Mike's in Toronto, you can see their elective volume is below ours. Their emergent volume is higher, but total volume, I think we're still ahead of them. And same as Hamilton. So they could compare our volume here to the volumes in the rest of the country. I think we're second behind Trillium and close to, I think we're usually the third busiest in the province, but far behind Trillium and then closely behind UHN typically. So a pretty decent clinical volume here. That's just a blown up version of the same slide. And then CHIO, I thought I had one of, sorry, I had one of the volumes of all the same kind of data for so this is the adult cases. I had the same data from the PED side. Unfortunately, I don't know why that slide didn't load. But essentially, we're pretty much on par with London and Hamilton for pediatric case volume, and we're all way behind. Sick kids, obviously, is the big PED center. There's some random pictures of us, our guys sleeping. We have a retreat. So the residents have a retreat that's funded by the program twice a year. Usually one in the spring, one in the fall. In the spring, we did a cooking class this last year, and then the guys did a hike in Tremblant. Unfortunately, I missed it. I was away, but the guys did a hike in Tremblant in the fall, and then we're hoping for a ski day as the next one. But this is a different sort of resident retreats that they've done. Laser tag. They went for a couple years ago, go-karting, archery. They've been axe throwing, escape rooms, things like that. And it's usually just an opportunity to get together, have a nice meal, and then it's always a point where the residents get together and discuss any issues or problems in the program that then get fed back to the RPCs. This is more of the sort of the social side. If anyone's ever been here, I think we have the best resident lounge in the country. Certainly the best resident lounge I've ever seen. And it's just also been recently renovated. There is, as part of the principles of surgery, there is a clinical outreach program where the residents are involved with. That's a kind of a nice opportunity to get involved with the community. Sometimes they go down to the Shepherds of Good Hope and do sort of some teaching about some of the risk factors for, some of the things that we see. They've gone to high schools, talked about neurosurgery, things like that. I heard somebody asking about where did the residents end up in London. In a similar fashion, we have, I think, a good smattering of people going all over the country. So we have people who've done fellowships and got faculty positions in various places around Canada, the United States, and scoring highly sought after fellowships. And so I think that's sort of the main points and the main reasons to consider residency training here. I think the city of Ottawa is a great place to live. The operative exposure here is excellent, and I think that our size is nice. It's not too big, not too small. Big enough that we have a good volume. We have all of the specialties represented. You get excellent training, but still small enough that it's still kind of like a tight-knit group. And I'd be happy to ask or answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Drake, for the amazing presentation. If you have any questions, go ahead. You can unmute yourself or raise your hands.
I can ask a question. Would you hear me?
Yeah.
You hear me now? Perfect. My question is with regards to having an elective in Ottawa. Would that factor in greatly in recent time? And
yeah, the short answer is yes. I think statistically, the residents who've matched here have often done electives here. And I think that works both ways. So I think that people who come here tend to like it and would rank Ottawa higher than they would have if they hadn't been here. And then also, I think tends to, if you have two candidates who you think are kind of equivalent or equal to each other, one who's been here, who everybody knows, and one who hasn't and people don't know, I think you're kind of more likely to rank the person who, the known quantity rather than the unknown quantity. I think that's just natural. You're more likely to rank them higher. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor.
I could ask another question if there's no questions from the audience. I think, there's a question in the chat. Is there a known reason why international candidates don't have seats? And is there anything that can be done to increase the chances of that changing?
I'm not sure what you mean. You mean like what they call the FMGs or visa trainees? If that's what you mean. Yeah, so we have we currently have two residents who are visa trainees. So we have two residents from Kuwait currently. Yeah, so I maybe I misrepresented that. So we do take two candidates every year through the match. And then depending on our sort of overall volume, we don't take an FMG every year, but I'd say on average is every second or third year, depending on the number of residents in the program. Sometimes the PGY4 is a bottleneck, so sometimes you have many residents graduate at once. Sometimes there's few chief residents, so that kind of depends. I think I saw another question there in the chat. Oh yeah. Main quality criteria you look for in successful applicants. So nothing out of the ordinary. So our CaRMS interviews usually made up of 4 stations, and each station has its own kind of theme. There's a research station, a medical knowledge station, a communication station, and then a quality of life station. So in each of those stations, you're kind of trying to tease out some of the those kind of features, and then everybody submits a rank on that based on those criteria, and then those scores kind of get totaled up, and then it's a combination of interest in neurosurgery, your academic productivity, and then personality, communication, whether somebody seems that they would be a good fit for the program. Those things all kind of factor in. Yes, what about Saudis? So we haven't had any Saudis in the last, I think all our recent Saudis have graduated, all of our residents from Saudi have graduated. But this year we did actually open up or considered opening up a spot. We had some Saudi applicants. So that's certainly an option. And English, I think there is, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that there is there are some criteria in order to apply, and I think an English language equivalence test is maybe one of them. Yeah.
All right. If there are no other questions from the audience, I wanted to thank Dr. Drake for joining us today, despite being on call. We appreciate your time, and thank you for the beautiful presentation on the program.
Okay. Thanks very much, guys, and thanks for your interest, and thanks for including me and inviting me.
Absolutely. Have a wonderful rest of the day, Dr. Drake.
Okay. You too. See you guys.
So I think Dr. Drapeau is just going to take a little minute to try to figure out her audio and visual program. So obviously our program is located in Winnipeg, Manitoba, kind of the heart of Canada. We have kind of a good mix as far as our residency program of people that are local and people that have come from different parts of the country. And I think, like, for myself, I grew up in Halifax, so coming to Winnipeg was an interesting experience for me. And I've been here now. I did a PhD during my time, so I've been here now for over 7 years, and I can say it's a fantastic place to live. As far as our program is concerned, we typically take between 1 and 2 residents. With the last 2 years, we've been taking 2. Similar to kind of many moderate size programs, we're primarily located in one hospital at the Health Sciences Center. Our program is based out of here, and we do have an affiliated children's hospital that's very strongly integrated. So the ORs are essentially attached to one another. So from a pediatrics neurosurgery point of view, we don't do specific rotations. We just have like a longitudinal exposure to pediatrics. When we cover call, we do peds call throughout. When we are operating and doing OR assignments, it's both combined. And then we do have some community centers where we occasionally will do some spine community surgeries. So I think Dr. Drapeau's microphone is working now, so I'll let her take it away.
Yeah, so sorry about that. I am in my car, and it'll just show you the type of balanced life that we have here. I'm actually just took a little while longer, but wrapping up some Christmas decorations while I'm actually on PEDS call. So thank you for bearing with me. I actually did not have any slides put together. And actually listening to Alwyn talk, I feel like it should be him and the residents explaining the program. And I know that we're also organizing a separate open house for any student that's interested, not just those applying for CaRMS, where it'll actually just be a session with the residents and without me there. But just listening to Alwyn talk, definitely, I think, as he said, we're in Manitoba, we're right in the middle of Manitoba. And I think, the thing that I want you guys to know about our program is actually, I've only been program director since July, but I've been here for over 2 years. And what I can say is, I mean, obviously I can't really compare to all the programs out there, but I think we truly have the best residents. And I think, part of that is because of the program, but it's especially because of the people. And, I can go over all of the things about, the case volumes, the different types of, subspecialty fields that we see. We can talk about the call structure. We can talk about all of those things that, as Alwyn just said, are going to be very similar to all of the other residency programs. But I think the main thing that I want you guys to maybe hear is that, we have a program, a neurosurgery service, a neurosurgery team that is a really good place to work and to learn in. And right now, the only screen I'm seeing is Alwyn shaking yes. And I hope that Jen and Phil are shaking yes also. But, my office is in the middle of all the offices near the clinics where all of our admin works and where the, neurosurgery resident office is. And, I love just coming in or even sitting in my office and you hear them, like you hear people laughing, you hear people, talk about work, but also life things. And I think that just shows that it's a good group of residents that get along, that support each other when things are good, but also when things are tough. I think it's a group that is there for each other, especially neurosurgery is a really difficult, discipline. And we see, hard things. We deal with life and death. We deal with, high stakes and complications. And, it's a group that will go out for lunch and talk about these things, and just kind of talk about how they dealt with it and, how you move on from those things. And I think, it's 6 years minimum, right, of your life. And you want to do it with, people that are going to support you through it. So I think, that's the main message that I want you guys to hear. When it comes to, I think the case volumes, so a few of the residents actually emailed me recently their case numbers, and, they all range from 100 to 150 cases as like first year residents. And each year increases. And I think that's one of, the pros that we have of our program. We're quite a clinical, program where, our PGY1s are early in the OR. And so get, the surgical skills quite early, and then kind of graduate along the way with their skills. For example, Alwyn pretty much did an entire interhemispheric transcallosal transchordal fissure approach for a third ventricular tumor. And, I was almost bored of how easy it was for him. And, I'm quite amazed that he can do that as a PGY5. And the other day I did a big posterior fossa meningioma case with a third year resident who also did, the approach beautifully and independently. And, I think that just shows kind of the skills that come out from the exposure that our residents get here. The other key thing that I want people to know is we have every single subspecialty covered, like every single neurosurgery program across Canada, I think, except for maybe Calgary and Montreal and Quebec City. Peripheral nerve, we get that exposure via our plastic surgery colleagues. And every single subspecialty is by a fellowship trained, attending. So every single attending who is, with our department has gone to a well-known or, high, like a good, well, accredited, fellowship. And a few of us have had experience in the US working. And many of us have had, jobs or started our careers in other centers other than Winnipeg. And so I think that brings like a really interesting breadth of knowledge and skill that, is, I think, quite important to have. And many of us are involved in, organized neurosurgery associations and within the Royal College. So either, surgical foundations exam, and I'm soon to be on the oral neurosurgery exam myself. Dr. McDonald is the Neurosurgery Royal College Specialty Committee Chair, and, things like that. So, or incoming chair, I should say. And so, all of those things, you might not necessarily think about it as you're applying to programs, but, all of these, past experiences and current, involvement in organized neurosurgery and the Royal College opens doors for you guys of, rotations, electives, fellowships, job opportunities, things like that, because we remain involved and well connected within the neurosurgery world, at least in North America. And then, so I think from the clinical perspective, I definitely think we have a lot of great exposure. Our residents, graduate, pass their exams. I think that we're quite proud of that and have a good academic curriculum to support that. And then, like I said, just future career planning along the way. So that's kind of, I think, like a large overview. I think, the day-to-day, I don't know that that's really helpful of talking about that in detail. But of course, there's rounding. Like Alwyn mentioned, our pediatric and adult hospital are connected with a hallway. So you're not driving across town, but you get that longitudinal exposure for pediatrics along the way. And then we have, pretty well, thought out curriculum. So on Wednesday mornings, we have a curriculum that's shared with the Department of Surgery, so all other surgical disciplines. So for more like broader grand rounds topic that are required by the Royal College, are covered in those grand rounds. And then we have our small neurosurgery group sessions where we practice case presentation discussions, or our what we call quality assurance rounds. And then on Fridays is our academic half day, so shared with neurology for some neuroscience rounds. And then a separate curriculum just for neurosurgery that covers pretty much all of the topics over 2 years. And we currently participate and share that with Saskatchewan via virtual sessions. And then the rest of the time on Fridays can be, mixed in of neuropathology slides review with our neuropathologist, some research time, some dedicated time to literally fill in evaluations. That's something that we're, incorporating in the schedule. And some what we call wellness time. So, for the residents to, I don't know, call the dentist and book a dentist appointment, or go out for lunch, or, do the little things that sometimes you just don't have the time to do during the week. We have a very involved wellness director, and, we're continuously planning in the future of, what could be new initiatives that matter for the residents. So we've heard about food. Food is really good. In general, just kind of a little joke of had a conversation with the residents, and it seemed like food was always a good thing. So we want to make sure our residents are fed. So I think, we've covered a few of those things. I think the other things to say is we have a well-accredited program. We have a full Royal College accreditation. So we're not, worried about, our program, but we're making sure that, the wheels are still greased, and, putting in the effort to make sure all of those things are well organized. The University of Manitoba is really well supportive of all of our residency programs. So we have a good postgraduate medical education division, to really support the residents through everything. The residents have a well-supported contract with the CaRMS, so it's the provincial association for residents who are in residency here in the province. So I think, that's all like the administrative type of thing. I think, I want to open it up maybe to the residents to, share, I kind of gave more the administrative aspect of things. Oh, I didn't talk about research, but then after that, I'm going to let Alwyn, Jen, and Phil maybe kind of speak and say like, one or two things that are important for them with the program, because I think that's probably, the most important. But in terms of research, we have a well kind of established path for residents who want to do a clinician investigator program, the CIP program. So a few of our residents have gone to do PhDs. Alwyn here is proof of that, and actually successfully defended his PhD, so all wrapped up within his residency. And Andrew is another of our residents who's currently doing his PhD in Toronto, and his is going quite well also. And then we have some residents who do the Masters of Surgery, which is a 1-year program. And so we definitely, have that process going. And then we're kind of tweaking how we approach, supporting research for residents who are maybe not going to go under, a CIP type of path. So having maybe an early, rotation within the junior years, that's 1 or 2, kind of blocks to dedicate to research time, so that, you can at least get a project going or wrap up a paper and, start establishing other ideas. So we're really, supportive of that. But we're also a program that doesn't, it's not a requirement, for our residents to want to do a PhD or to be clinician scientists. So I often get asked, do I need to have 20 publications as a med student to be considered, or to get a spot in Manitoba? And I'd say, we look at the candidate as a whole, look at the letters of reference, look at the grades or, the clerk evaluations. We look at your personal letters, we look at your interview, and we look at your, leadership and research potential. But we put it all together. So let's say, somebody who has 20 papers doesn't necessarily, get put up to the top of the list. We really look at the application as a whole. So I think, again, I truly think we have it all. And I did my residency in Quebec, and I then did my fellowship and worked in the US in Columbus, Ohio, for 6 years. And when I came to Winnipeg, I was like, wow, the residents here are really, really good, and they have a really good program. And I think we have, some pretty motivated people to keep the program going quite well. So that's my pitch. I can ramble for a really long time, so I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to let, like I said, Owen, Jen, and Phil maybe chime in a little bit, and then we can open it up for the Q&A.
Sure, I can say a couple of words. So my name is Philip. I'm an R2 here. I went to med school here in Manitoba, and I matched here. I don't want to take up too much time, so I just want to mention 3 strengths of the program that I see. As Dr. Drapeau mentioned, I think our early exposure and very impressive exposure to cases early on is really something that I think is super, super great about our program. I logged 158 cases last year. That's including EVDs that were done in the ICU or recess or something like that. And, highlights of that would include, cases where the staff didn't scrub in at all for, small burr holes and stuff like that. And I really saw, especially near the end of the year, when you're doing cases more and more routinely, the progression that I didn't think I would see in my first year or first 2 years. The next real big strength I see in our program is that our all my co-residents are amazing, and I pretty much hang out with them all the time at the hospital and outside. But one thing that I can honestly say is that our staff are amazing. I always say there's not a single one of our staff that I'm afraid to approach or to text in the middle of the night if one of their patients is sick. I've never had anyone like yell over the phone at me or anything like that. There's no like malignant personality really in amongst our staff, which I think is, you know, really reassuring when you're a junior resident on call and you're calling them in the middle of the night. You don't want to be worried about that. You want to be worried about, you know, patients and what to do next. So, and the last thing is, I think the city is great. I think a lot of people have some negative connotations about Winnipeg, but you know, for multiple reasons, like the cost of living is amazing. We get paid very well in Manitoba as residents. I think one of the highest out of all the provinces. The food scene is actually really, really impressive. And I think a lot of my friends who came from out of province to different programs have mentioned how like amazing the food here is, from like every different cuisine that you can imagine. And there's always something going on. So I think Winnipeg sometimes can get a bad rep, but it really, really is a great city that I love living in. So I don't want to take up too much time. I'll pass it on to the next person.
Before you pass it on, I actually want to say, so Phil is from here, and you know, I think that's great to hear it from somebody who's from here. I'm not from Winnipeg, and I echo everything that Phil has just said. Cost of living, the food is fantastic, music, ballet, symphony, sports. I mean, we're kind of crushing it in sports right now, with the CFL and Jets right now, and also like really good fans. And there's always a festival, there's always a show, there's always something in the city. So which is, you know, residency is a busy time, but it's good to be able to like easily find something to do when you have some free time.
I guess I'll just take a minute to quickly introduce myself. My name is Jennifer Lashinsky. I'm one of the PGY2s as well. Phil is my my other co-resident from my year. I would echo everything that Phil said. I think that our program's really unique in that we get a lot of really early exposure, a lot of early responsibility. You're supported through that for as long as you need to be, and that's kind of tailored to each person. And we have very supportive seniors who are able to help our ones kind of adjust and whatnot. But this program is definitely unique in that I've seen such a huge transition, not only in my skill set and my comfort, but like my level of anxiety when I'm on call or when I'm doing something comes down so significantly, because you realize that you're going to get actionable feedback from your staff. You're going to be well supported. So I think it's, you know, a huge benefit in this program, having a really tight-knit resident group, very close relationships with the staff that give you good feedback that can help. So, you know, I'm sure everybody is gonna give you all of the positive things about their program, but truly, I from Manitoba, and you know, Manitoba is I'm very, very happy to be here for my residency. I think Phil messaged in the chat, if anybody has any other questions, I can also put my email in the chat as well. Anybody can feel free to contact me or Phil about any questions you have about Manitoba, about our program, about Winnipeg. We'd be more than happy to answer those.
I might add a little something and echo what you just said before I let Alwyn maybe, you know, wrap it up. So just to be even more concrete about what both Phil and Jen just said about support for, you know, our starting residents. So what we do actually is that the PGY ones, when they start, they're not put on call for at least the first 2 weeks. And then they actually just kind of shadow or, you know, are available to follow the senior residents on call. And then so during those first 2 weeks, you kind of just at least figure out like where everything is in the hospital and kind of get used to things. And then you slowly start taking call. And for the first official 4 periods that you're on neurosurgery, as a PGY1, you would be the first call, and then there's a senior resident assigned to be your backup call. So they're from home, and then there's a pretty clear expectations of like what's expected of the senior resident during that time. And then we plan to potentially have even a 5th period of neurosurgery, where the PGY1 is backed up by a senior resident, depending on, you know, sometimes it's just kind of luck of the draw that you might not get, you know, a bunch of EVDs, you know, right away, or just the timing of things. So we want to be sensitive to that. And then we have a pretty robust, competency director committee that assists me, to kind of monitor the progress of competency and, evaluations. So I do think that's like it's been, well accepted. And I think, from what the PGY ones said, so far that of us having this model, they really, really appreciated that. And Jen and Phil also had a similar type of model for their year last year. So I think we have that. And then I think the only other thing that we haven't really touched, and I think I want to make sure we address, is that, Winnipeg not only sometimes gets kind of like poo-pooed as like, what is there to do in Winnipeg? Another preconception is that, Winnipeg is a violent city. And yes, there are the statistics to say that there's, a lot of violence in Winnipeg. But I'm sure that, other cities also have, their violence and their, issues with homelessness and drug, epidemic. So I think, generally, in our day-to-day life, the areas where we see this is in our patient population. In your outside of work life, Winnipeg is generally safe, as long as you're not out. I was like kid and say, like, as long as you're not out at 2 a.m. in a bad neighborhood, like, it's really safe to be in Winnipeg. And I think there's definitely a big responsibility for our residents to be aware and sensitive of our patient population, and of the, social dynamics of Manitoba. And I think, we're pretty privileged to be able to learn and to assist these patients. And so, in a way, for neurosurgery training, you will be exposed to different conditions, different diseases, different trauma, many things that you will not see in, cities like Vancouver or Montreal or Toronto. And so again, it's kind of our, privilege and responsibility to treat these patients and to learn. So personally, I think it's not really something that I think about or to, deal with when I hear, oh, Winnipeg is a violent city. But again, just something to kind of address head on. I see that a few people are leaving the talk, so we might be finishing up our allotted time, but Alwyn, maybe you want to say a closing word?
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to echo what Jen and Phil were saying from the other end, like kind of coming towards the end of my, residency. One of the key things about having a close relationship with the faculty is, and working from an early stage of them clinically in the operative room especially, is that you do build that trust, and it becomes a longitudinal thing that, the staff really get to know you and work with you over a period of time so that it will feel comfortable with doing these cases. And while you get independence in smaller cases as a junior resident, kind of coming to it as a senior resident, there are these really big cases that we do here where our catchment area is massive. When we see like many, like that third ventricular tumor, sacral chordomas that we did on block resections for, large lateral spines. Tomorrow we're doing a giant aneurysm with cardiac hypothermic arrest. Like we have all of that in our program. So while it's a small, close-knit program, I don't think we really have a ceiling to the complexity of the cases that we do, which I think is actually a really rare thing in neurosurgery in Canada. Like we really do have kind of at the forefront of technical and surgical exposure. But you get to see that and get incorporated into that throughout your entire residency from, the very first day you might be first assisting in the OR. And as you move through residency, you get more and more involved in these, like fantastic cases that we get. And of course, just finally, you know, we are a program that really cares about culture. We really care about, you know, people working together and feeling comfortable at work and actually enjoying and not having dread about coming to work. So that is kind of like a two-way thing. That's what we look for in candidates, and it's what we want in our program, and what we try to foster as we go through you know, taking people from junior residents up to senior residents to graduates.
Thank you, Alwyn. I think that's a great way to wrap up. I saw a quick question in the chat, and then to our organizers of this session, please, you know, cut us off when we've run out of time. So regarding, you know, if we give preference to students who have, you know, had an elective with us, I mean, it generally helps, you know, just in general, because we get to know that person a little bit more, but we don't necessarily, you know, use that as the only or one of the major criteria when we select candidates. You know, I think it helps more the students when they've come to rotate with us, is that they get to see all the wonderful things that we've just said. But we definitely encourage, you know, applicants that have not rotated through Manitoba to apply. We understand, you know, you don't have an unlimited amount of time to do rotations. And so I guess a long way to answer your question is that there's not a clear preference for those who have rotated, but just in general, it does help that we, you know, get to know a person. But you can always, you know, join at the open house, and, you know, or reach out to our residents, get to know them a little bit, you know, before the sessions. I can always answer questions by email or things like that as well, as we, you know, get closer to application time. I hope that answers your question. Are there any other questions?
Thank you, everyone, for the thorough talk and amazing explanations of the program. Since we're a little over time, if there's a quick question from the audience, you can go ahead and unmute yourself or write in the chat. So Ali says, are there any mistakes that can be avoided from internationals?
I guess I'm not too sure what you mean by mistakes that can be avoided.
I believe you're referring to mistakes on the application, maybe.
It's a good question. So if you are interested in our program, you can email us, and we can, you know, talk you through, you know, how those spots are potentially available. So for IMGs that apply through CaRMS, we don't have a spot open for first round. Depending on, you know, how it goes in the first round, we may consider opening up for the second round if we have a spot unmatched. And then for visa sponsored applicants, again, you can email and we can go through kind of, you know, the process, but we definitely need to, you know, make sure, again, proof of English proficiency. And we generally will require that the potential candidate comes and rotates with us. And then, you know, so kind of a job interview in a way for rotation before we, you know, then convene the selection committee to review the candidate's application. So there's a few extra steps, you know, and kind of requirements to consider international students. So I don't really know that there's any deficits or mistakes. Definitely, I think, you know, language is, you know, being proficient in English is important. And then, you know, being an honest, hardworking, you know, person that would, you know, fit in with our group. And we've definitely had visa sponsored residents in the past who recently graduated and who were fantastic. So the shoes are really big to fill because they were really excellent residents that we still keep in touch to this day. So hopefully that answers your question.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Drapeau, Dr. Gomez, Dr. Lishinsky, and Dr. Kolik for the amazing time. And I'll see you hopefully next year for our fifth neurosurgery program overview next year.
Yes, thank you. And sorry for the technical difficulties. And to any of les applicants francophones, si vous voulez avoir des explications en français, n'hésitez pas de me contacter, ça va me faire plaisir. All right, bye.
Thank you so much.
So I've done this every year since this has been going on. I think, is that 4 years maybe, or 5 years, whatever it is. I've been program director for like 7 years now. I represent the University of Alberta in Edmonton. Oops. Where I get to the beginning of my talk here. So our division of neurosurgery in Edmonton dates back to 1941 when the division was established. There's been quite an influx of staff neurosurgeons in the past 60 years or so. We're a fairly small group, and then it started going up in the 2000s. I joined our division in 2004. At that time, I was the 10th neurosurgeon, and now there is 16 neurosurgeons in our group, with us interviewing another functional neurosurgeon this past month. So we'll be up to 17 soon. The faculty spans the whole breadth of neurosurgery, subspecialties. We have 3 pediatric neurosurgeons. We have 4 neurosurgeons that do skull base. We have 5 complex spine surgeons. And we have a functional neurosurgeon currently, Dr. Sankar, and epilepsy surgeon, Dr. Elliott. I myself am a vascular and endovascular neurosurgeon, one of 4 in our group. And we have gamma knives, so we're radiosurgeons. We have 2 of those, and one of the few places in the country that has a fellowship-trained peripheral neurosurgeon, and Dr. Andrew Jack, who also does spine, complex spine. One of the things about our program is we're extremely busy. We cover a population of 2.5 to 3 million. Basically, everything from the dividing line between us and Calgary is Red Deer, which is halfway in between. And we cover the Northwest Territories and Nunavut as well as Northern BC. We are mainly 2 teaching site model, adult teaching site model, the University Hospital and the Royal Alex Hospital, which is a downtown hospital. We also operate at our community hospital in Leduc near the airport, and have included some our volume of endovascular cases as well. And what's not listed here in this chart is we have in Alberta chartered surgical facilities where we do simple spine surgery, and that has ramped up dramatically in the last year and a half. We have state-of-the-art equipment in Edmonton. We've had our intraoperative 3 Tesla MRI for quite a few years now. We have a new clinic building, or not so new anymore, I guess. We are one of the few centers in Canada with a gamma knife. We have other things like a stroke ambulance. We're building a brain center. We have fancy equipment, exoscope, the newest Zeiss Kenevo microscope, the second one on the way. Our residency program is expected to take 6 years, even though in CBD it's no longer a time-based program, but essentially the vast majority of people will take 6 years to complete neurosurgical training. We're graduating our first CBD resident this year because it started in 2019. In our first year, it's surgical foundations, just like every other program in Canada. And within that, we provide 7 months of neurosurgery. In year 2, we also have 7 months of neurosurgery with ICU and neurology mixed in. In year 3, usually we have 9 months of neurosurgery, and we have a block of interventional neuroradiology and 3 blocks of neuropathology. Our year 4 is our flex year. You're able to do a research in that year. You can extend it to more than 1 year. You can do electives in that year. and in a few cases, you can do in-folded fellowships. In year 5, it's practically all neurosurgery. And in year 6, that's your final year. The number in our program of residents fluctuates. We've had as many as 10 or 11. Currently, we're down to only 8 residents. We have one chief resident. We can't call it chief anymore. At U of A, we call it a lead resident. So we have one lead resident. Last year we had 2. We have 2 residents on research, one of which is on a new program we developed where they kind of split their research. Instead of all done in PGY4, they split it in PGY4, half of it in PGY4 and half of it in PGY5. So we consider this like a hybrid system of research spread over 2 years. We take 2 CaRMS spots every year. We have 2 PGY1s this year, and we'll be taking 2 PGY1s next year. Our academic curriculum runs through a 3-year cycle. So for over the 6 years, you'll see each of these topics presented twice in your training. And we go half a year with each block, and we cycle through the different subspecialties in neurosurgery, trauma, peripheral neurovascular, oncology, pediatrics, functional epilepsy, and spine. How you're evaluated as there is a written exam at the end of each block. There's also an annual mock oral exam, like an OSCE type exam. And then, of course, the national practice written exam that's written by every resident in a neurosurgical training program in the country. And it's actually one of our faculty, Dr. Max Finley, who sets that exam, since he started it when he was chief examiner quite a number of years ago. Our Friday mornings is our academic half day, protected time. Residents are not expected to carry the pager at that time. The Friday morning starts 7:30 to 8 with a resident lecture. Our case rounds, where the whole division is involved in. That's where we present cases and we quiz the residents around those cases. 9 to 10 is combined neuroscience rounds with neurology, grand rounds. And then there's a little bit of break, and there's a 15-minute sort of quick high-yield session with a couple of our neuroradiologists that are interested in teaching a specific topic in neuroradiology to our residents. 10:30 to 12, it's an hour and a half of these block lectures I mentioned in an earlier slide. So it's one of our faculty giving a lecture. In addition to the Friday morning rounds, there's sometimes academic programming on Wednesday afternoon. We have our version of M&M rounds, our QA rounds, once a month. Journal Club is once every 2 months, so 6 times a year. And usually we can get a sponsor, and we're usually out in a restaurant for that, or at one of the faculty surgeons' houses. We also have research rounds that are held twice a year. Sometimes in the Friday mornings we have our sim lab, so 3 or 4 times a year. In fact, this past Friday we had a sim lab scheduled instead of the block lecture. And we have a facility in the hospital, which is attached to the medical school, which provides quite a bit of space and equipment for us to use. We have an older Zeiss microscope that we have down there. We have the same kind of drills we have in the OR. Spinal instrumentation is provided, microsurgical instruments. I've purchased some a few years ago, brand new just for the lab. And Dr. Fox, you see in the picture there, he's one of our complex spine surgeons, but he runs our simulation programming and always has like great ideas how to use fairly easy to purchase and cheap food items that could be a substitute for instance, like trying to drill the shell off an egg, sort of simulate the drilling that you would do intracranially. I think they were doing some microvascular anastomosis using turkey wings the other day as well. So our research, our residents are expected to produce one scholarly project per year. And we also encourage a longitudinal project through their entire training. But the fourth year can be used for dedicated research. At U of A, we can give you funding for an additional year beyond the salary you get in your fourth year. So you can extend to 2 years and get a master's out of it in the CIP program. We have, for the last 4 years, 3 or 4 years, we've had our retreat in Kelowna. So it's usually over a weekend. This past year, we had a long weekend, so 3 nights there. And we have had it in the past in places like Jasper and Banff as well, Canmore as well. The Alberta Neurosurgery meeting is a joint meeting with the Calgary training program. And that's usually held at the Banff Springs Hotel. This year, I think it's in April. Pretty good meeting in terms of the residents get to meet the Calgary residents, socialize, present their research, and the faculty have our business meeting with the Calgary faculty. The Canadian national meeting is in Ottawa in June as well. And residents are encouraged to present at all at the national and international meetings, and you are funded for if you're presenting, you're funded a certain amount, and if you're not presenting at least one meeting a year, you get some funding for. In terms of research, I mentioned that one resident's doing this hybrid PGY4, PGY5 year where they do half clinical, half research, and he's doing it remotely through Johns Hopkins. He's getting an MPH. And then we have one resident who already came into the program with a PhD, just doing an extra year of research for his PGY4 year. But there's multiple other opportunities. You can get a master's in 1 year, such as in like clinical epidemiology. Other residents have done the 2-year medical education master's as well at U of A. And a few final slides on promoting Edmonton itself. We have largest urban green space, beautiful river valley that cuts right through the middle of our city. Tons of golf courses in the summer. This is the river valley and a golf course in the middle of it. We have the mountains not too far away, 3 or 4 hours away in Jasper and in Banff. And of course, we have, for a medium-sized city, quite a number of other things to do, the symphony, theater, opera. Of course, we have the biggest mall, the West Edmonton Mall, and then, of course, our Oilers made it to the Stanley Cup Finals this last year. And of course, Edmonton's known as a festival city. There's over 40 festivals a year. Every weekend, there's something going on. We have different happening areas in the city and lots of great restaurants. So I should also promote, we have posted recently, just last week, a virtual open house session on the CamPrep schedule. And I didn't bring any residents here because I know we are always pressed for time every year. But there's usually a very good turnout of residents you can talk to. And this year we set it at November 19th, so 9 days from now. And they're willing to speak to any applicants that want to ask questions without me being there, which I think is probably a more honest way to present the program, is without any staff present. So I'll open up to questions. I'll stop the share here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chow, for the amazing presentation. If there's any question from the audience, go ahead. You can unmute yourself, raise your hands, or type it in the chat. There's a question from the audience. I wanted to ask a question about the PGY 4-year, which is usually used as the research year. And you mentioned one of the residents is away doing an MPH in John Hopkins. I wanted to know if during that year, is there any call duty, or are residents free to go wherever they want to do research or do an extra degree? How's the logistics for that?
So specifically that resident, it's mostly remote. It's not much in-person classes. So he's actually doing much of his research on the months he's on research in Edmonton and not in the US. So when you're actually in the city, whether you're doing a NPH or whether you're just doing research at U of A for a master's, there is an expectation that you should do some call, but there are limits, strict limits per month or per block. We're trying to keep it under 3 calls a month, and in certain blocks we have to use our research resident for 4. We have because of the cost of living and everything, we do have the 4th call paid for as like an extender, even though we're actually asking you to do it for your home program. And there are opportunities to do extended call for ICU as well. I know finances are a big issue over the last few years, and I've actually had to create some rules around the amount of extender call that residents can do to make it so it doesn't detract from their research experience.
And just to continue on that question, if the residents then decide to extend their time off beyond that, so let's say they take 2 years off, then during that 2nd year off, then they're able to go to other places. Is that correct?
We have had residents go elsewhere for even their 1st year. Not too long ago, we had a resident that came in with a PhD but wanted to do a postdoc for a year at Stanford, and we supported that. He didn't do any call. He just took the year off and went to California for a year because it was an opportunity that to work in like a world famous oncology research lab and further his career. He had obtained his own funding through the AANS and REF fund. So if you have the initiative to set that up and you reach out to the people that you know are important in your field, then we will support that. As long as you're making good progress in the program, then we will support time away. We've had residents also go to recently also to Toronto for 2 years for a master's. And you just have to show me why you can't, like what's unique about the opportunity elsewhere that you can't get in Edmonton, and then we'll support it.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Is there any other questions from the audience?
Yeah, I can follow up with that on the hybrid, the new hybrid system for the research year. So it's 6 months, then you do research. 6 months of research, then you go back to clinical, and then it's the same thing for the year after that.
It actually isn't 6 months on, 6 months off. It's to help with if you have like in-person classes, say in one of these US schools for MPH, then like the current residents at Johns Hopkins, but our current lead resident did his hybrid year at Harvard at the School of Public Health. And you had to do in-person classes for a couple of months, I think, in certain months of the year. And so he would take 2 months off to do the in-person classes and then come back for 2 months and then go away and work in a project for a month or 2. So it was kind of all over the place in terms of not consecutive 6 months. It was to fit the schedule of that program, master's program.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Are there any other questions? All right, if there are no questions, I would like to thank you very much, Dr. Chow. Sorry for the 13-minute delay in the beginning. We had some difficulties because one of the staff was on call, so we had some trouble with that. But thank you very much for your patience, and we look forward to having you for our 5th consecutive event next year.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Oh, great. So thank you for having me. This is a great opportunity, I feel. There's nothing like this existed when I was going through CaRMS a while ago now, but I think this is a good opportunity for everyone to hear from all the programs. So thank you guys for doing this. And thank you for having me again. I'm Ahmed, Associate Program Director, Assistant Professor, Neurosurgery in University of Saskatchewan. I have been staff for just over a year now, year and a half, but my ties to the University of Saskatchewan go well back like to medical school, so I've been around quite a while. I feel like I can represent the program and the place quite well at this point. So this is where we are. I grew up in Regina, Saskatchewan, and then moved to Saskatoon, where the medical school is based out of. However, we do have a satellite campus in Regina, and nowadays the medical school itself is about almost 50-50. Our residency program is mainly out of Saskatoon, but we do have a presence in Regina that we keep trying to expand more and more. There, we'll talk about opportunities to go to Regina to have more of a community and operative experience that we've leveraged in the past to get our residents even more operative opportunities. And of course, the resident numbers allow and we feel like they might benefit. So that's Saskatchewan, right in the center of the country. And this is our division of neurosurgery here. We have people who have trained mostly all over North America. A lot of people did their residency in Saskatoon, but then went away, such as myself. I did residency in Saskatoon, went and did fellowships at Stanford in California and in Toronto. Our other people have done fellowships in Vancouver, Portland, Stanford, Dr. Kelly as well, Texas, MD Anderson for two of our staff, Dr. Forney in Cleveland, and in Pittsburgh, New York, and other people are planning on joining the division who also have expertise that they're bringing back, and we are very proud to have them join next summer. So by the time one of you hopefully will start, we'll have a couple more faculty on staff. That's the plan. So what we do on a day-to-day basis is more or less everything. There are a couple of small areas that we do not have the sort of volumes to focus on, and so those we do end up sending elsewhere. But in general, our goal, our mandate as part of a provincial program is to not send anything out of province, and we achieved that for 99% of neurosurgical cases. So, you know, the basics of neurosurgery, you all know about trauma, oncology, skull-based spine. We do all of, and Regina does a lot of as well, maybe not the skull-based program we're trying to consolidate here in Saskatoon. Pediatrics, we have a children's hospital that became operational about 5 years ago or so that we're trying to centralize. So all of the provincial pediatric volume comes here. Cerebrovascular, endovascular, that's what I do. And we cover the whole province for those specialties as well. And everything else, epilepsy, we are recruiting one of our ex-residents. He's currently doing a fellowship in epilepsy to bring back his expertise and sort of become the leader for that, but we are doing a decent amount of epilepsy surgery right now. There's during COVID, that and it probably was one of the areas that took a hit. We do a lot of functional neurosurgery per capita. We do the most in Canada and are very busy for this. One of our current residents is hoping to stay on and do a enfolded fellowship in, or sorry, it won't be enfolded technically, it'll be after her residency finishes in functional neurosurgery here. So we have the volume and the capacity to train a fellow in functional neurosurgery here. So that's an area we are quite proud of and have a rich history in Saskatchewan of functional neurosurgery that I'll talk about in a bit. We don't have a gamma knife or cyber knife radiosurgery platform yet. That's probably coming in the next year or two. It's apparently in the provincial budget for next year, I hear. But by the time they'll probably have to build a separate building to put that together. That will hopefully come online in a year or two. But we do LINAC-based radiosurgery. And peripheral nerve, we do essentially the basics of peripheral nerve neurosurgery. That's one area where if there's a very complex reconstruction peripheral nerve surgery, we are sending people out of province for those like nerve transfers, etc. Those are fairly rare cases, maybe 1 to a year we send out. In terms of our research, we have a pretty good research profile for the size of place. We do a whole bunch of clinical research as well as basic science stuff in multiple areas. Myself, I'm trying to build a program focusing on sort of in both areas, part of multi-center trials, several international trials right now, as well as trying to increase collaborations with other parts of the country and internationally in endovascular neurosurgery primarily, and we have an animal lab. I was part of this lab since a medical student. That's how I got interested in neurosurgery in the first place, and now I'm trying to become one of the co-PIs in the lab and build my own portfolio. And they're looking at synchrotron-based stroke research. So we have the Canadian Light Source on campus, which is it's actually not a like University of Saskatchewan only thing. It's a Canadian collaborative funded by the federal and multiple provincial governments, just happens to be in Saskatoon and on our campus. So a lot of our basic science research efforts tend to like tie in with that because it's a advantage having that resource on campus. And we do collaborate with quite a few basic scientists on campus and have the ability to do so, and particularly also with the other big research institute on campus, which is the VIDO, the Canadian Vaccine Development Agency, which was in the news quite a bit during COVID, etc. And one of our residents actually had done her PhD with some of those scientists, and they also have the ability to leverage and collaborate those relationships. So the two research directors, so Dr. Norton is the research director for neurosurgery, and Dr. Fournier is the research director for the Department of Surgery. And so they both are in our division and are good resources to have and know. If you want to hear more about our research program during the CaRMS process, etc., usually they'll be involved. So someone to ask more of. So what do residents do for research? So we have 1 year research rotation that's built in. That's a mandatory Royal College thing that most programs mandate, which can then be extended. So, some people have just done a 1 year research rotation that's tailored to what they want to do. Like I said, our most recent residents, so our chief resident currently, Dr. Kristen Marcinuk, she already had a PhD. So she did not do like a formal graduate degree, etc. She did some smaller research projects and one bigger project that's kind of sort of going there. They were planning on doing, she was planning on working with Dr. Norton, doing some major like animal-based models and large animal like pig models for some visual evoked potential testing, and did get delayed a bit with personnel. Their veterinarian anesthesiologist went on maternity leave for a bit, so I don't think she's actually done the experiments for it yet, and just came back and is back on service. So I'm not sure when that'll happen, but all that to say, you do not have to take time off during residency to extend it. However, we certainly support, if you want to do a master's or PhD, primarily through the clinical investigative program that the university or the postgraduate medical education program offers. So you essentially get funded at a resident level to do a graduate degree. And so that is something that's available and attractive option for anyone who's thinking about that. As well, there's flexibility in terms of doing research here or collaborating with other places. And so, for example, I went away for 3 months, did a research elective in New York. And that was a good opportunity to make connections and network as well outside of here. There are other funding opportunities available as well, including Department of Surgery Research Awards for funding. Our current resident on research just applied for a research funding grant. He's doing some work with me looking at some clinical like Canadian CaIHI data. So he put together a research funding award that would cover our entire budget for this CaIHI project. So it's pretty generous funds that are available. And the program travel funds are also quite generous in terms of support for travel, which, as you all know, is very expensive these days. So just going to a conference in terms of the flights and the hotels, et cetera, end up costing a lot of money. And so the program does have funds to cover some of that if you're presenting, et cetera. And so certainly something to think about and avail. So these are our current residents, missing a couple of them. So what do they do on a day-to-day basis? Lots and lots of operating, some operating room photos from our current and past residents. So the junior years are spent, so there's of course surgical foundations. Everyone starts out in part of technically 2 programs. There's the surgery residency program, and then you're also part of surgical foundations. So there's a boot camp that's initially organized, as well as the neurosurgery boot camp that's usually a weekend somewhere or a few days that we support our residents going to. And it's sort of a mandatory thing, so we send everyone off there. You do about 18 months of neurosurgery in the first 2 years, which is a decent amount. And then our off-service blocks currently are emergency medicine, vascular trauma, orthospine, ICU, neurology, and these do change. And the main driver for the change is essentially constant resident feedback. So certain things get added and removed as the residents have the opportunity to give feedback of what things are useful or not. So when I was going through residency many years ago now, emergency wasn't a part of it. And then it sort of through resident feedback over the years became a part of our junior residency. So we do listen to the residents quite a bit and trying to tailor the program to match them. Certain things are mandatory, and so they cannot be taken out. So the Royal College sets that you have to do some neurology, etc., and ICU, and so and trauma surgery. I think those are the mandatory ones. But other areas there's leeway, and so we do tailor that by listening to the residents. So call, you don't do any call in your first block while you're settling in, going to the boot camps, etc., learning the ropes of the hospital and the system. So that's a sort of thing that's also come in over the years. Didn't used to be like that. You used to just get thrown right in. I was the first resident in the program who wasn't on call the very first day. They used to be that people believed in just, trial by fire, getting you in there first day and you're on call, have the pager. That's thinking's changed and evolved quite a bit now. So you don't do any call in your first block. And you do buddy call with a senior in your second block just to have someone to bounce ideas off of formally. After that, you do call. We don't have seniors or juniors. We just have resident on call. And so it is certainly busy, and some nights you can be run off your feet. However, the benefit of that is, if there are ORs going, you are the primary assistant in that OR. You're operating on significant surgery overnight. And a lot of your surgical learning early on happens on call. And so the residents do look forward to that aspect of call, that you are sort of the resident in charge. There's no senior. You're doing things. So we are home call, meaning you can leave and go home. Over the years, the call has become busier. The technical rules for the residents, at least in Saskatchewan, are about 1 in 3 if you're home call. However, we felt that we are a bit busier than other services that do home call still. And so we've made it 1 in 4, which is the usual rule for in-house call. So even though you have home call, it's kind of the best of both worlds, where we still cap our call at 1 in 4, which is quite nice. This is our current chief resident, Dr. Kristen Marcinek. She's about to go do a skull-based fellowship in New York after she graduates. Passed her written, will do her oral exam in the spring. And so, excuse me, that's her plans. And now she's past her intermediate years, but in the intermediate years, she benefited, and everyone does, from a lot of surgical independence and a lot of doing neurosurgery. We don't, as you can tell, we take 1 resident per year, so we don't have a lot of residents on hand. And so some days there are more ORs running than we actually have residents. So not very common to have 2 residents even in the same room. We have a lot of just one-on-one operating, and you're doing as much as you can in that case. And the limiting factor may be the resident level and what you can be expected to do independently at your level. But certainly by Dr. Marcinek's level, you're just doing cases by yourself essentially, or with a junior resident, which is when you really can do the case start to finish without the staff even assisting you. Other things we do, so cerebrovascular, endovascular, we have an unfolded fellowship where, unfolded rotation where you learn the ropes of the basics of endovascular neurosurgery as well, which is something that's becoming more and more a part of neurosurgery. In Saskatchewan, the endovascular program is purely neurosurgery based. And so there are 3 of us who do that. And so it's a good opportunity to just gain an understanding of it. And I think that our residents have a better understanding of the vascular field than most in the country. Neuroradiology is sort of part of that endovascular block, and you get to interact with the neuroradiologist and understand that better. We made a clinic block because no one really likes going to clinic as a resident, but it is something that is very beneficial because there's a lot of neurosurgery that doesn't make it to an inpatient setting. And so over the years, the feedback has been that for resident, learning it is one of the more valuable things. So we've started out with 1. Now we have 2 clinic blocks in the intermediate years, and then also as a senior, where you sort of will get to learn how to just run your clinic, basically, which is something that's part of the transition to practice as well, the Royal College level. Dr. Toyota says he loves going to clinic, so we'll hold him to that, I think, soon. These are current R3 going into 4 next year. And then there's the spring me to our research and elective year, which is the R4 year. The senior years are basically, we don't have any open neurosurgery fellows, so you are it. You have to learn to operate, and that is when you really learn to operate, and that's my favorite part of being staff now. And even as a senior resident, just watching the more junior residents sort of, this is when your operative skills almost go on like this steep up curve where all of a sudden you are able to just do cases fully by yourself. We believe in a lot of surgical independence and really take our job seriously, which is to make people competent, independent neurosurgeons by the end of residency, and that's our goal. And so the surgical independence does come from that we do want to give people more and more surgical independence. So by the end, they are able to operate very, very well. You do a lot of cases. Call is still the same, essentially. It starts to taper off a little bit towards the end. This is a little video from Dr. Peeling. It's her clipping an aneurysm. Can't remember if I was a resident here or not, but maybe. And this is a previously coiled aneurysm, so you can see the coil sort of sticking out and a clip going across the aneurysm there. This is how it always looks, by the way. The coils look like they're hanging out outside the aneurysm, quite disconcerting looking at it. Now checking with the Doppler to make sure the vessels are still filling. And just adjusting the clip a little bit just to make sure. Yeah, so right now, and CG, which we usually do, we always set up for intra-op angiograms, but ICG is usually good enough in these cases. Anyways, so the exam now, as you probably know, is split into 2 parts. So the written part is in R5 and the oral is end of R6. So there's almost a year and a half between the 2. And so that written exam is essentially at the end of the research year. And so it does give you some cushion to study as well. And then it's also a good time to start thinking about fellowships. We believe in strongly helping people get their fellowships, making and leveraging connections that the staff have elsewhere. And that's usually is a very important part of the process of getting a fellowship. And we can talk about where our current residents are going or planning to go and where other people have gone. Competency by design. I don't know how much you guys know about this, but this has been the case. So Dr. Marcinek, our current resident, is the first resident in our program who went through as a complete competency by design resident. So her entire residency was around that. Other people before her had maybe transitioned a bit into it, the processes, but now all the residency is run on competency by design. And like I said, you're part of 2 programs initially, which is neurosurgery and surgical foundation, and both are run on competency by design process. And so you have to do the EPAs, and completion of those is a big part of residency. We constantly kind of keep track of those and help people along if they're not getting those done, if the staff aren't completing them. That's like a constant process. You have the platform, Elantra, it's called, that we use to keep track of the EPAs that people have to complete. Dr. Hineni is our competency chair, and he's does a good job of managing that. And we have academic advisors, so I'm the advisor for the surgical foundations residents. And then we do have faculty advisors for the residents in their surgery at higher levels as well. So our half day keeps getting busier and busier. This slide I got from Dr. Peeling and added a bit to it because we now do more than we did when she put this together. But so Friday mornings at 7 a.m. we start half day. There is usually the provincial neurosurgery grand rounds are first. So now they're provincial rounds with Regina and they're neurosurgery focused. And we do a weekly QI rounds. Once a month, we do QI rounds with Regina. So those are a bit more formal, but on a weekly basis, it's sort of just M&Ms in the division. And we do curriculum rounds with Winnipeg. They started back when I was a resident. It's been quite a while now that we have had this going, which is a very valuable part of our program. And Winnipeg's, I dare say that we do combined curriculum rounds, and we have sort of a 2-year curriculum where you run through all of neurosurgery teaching topics in this 2-year period. We have excellent faculty both from here and there, and it just eases that burden, and the level of and the quality of talks goes up quite a bit because of it. Also, it eases the burden on the residents. The whole idea behind this was that we were having trouble, they were having trouble of just, not having too many residents and just trying to run teaching on a weekly basis with residents and staff. And it just meant so many presentations and coming up with those rather than just, sitting back and actually learning. And now it just shares that burden very well and helps everyone learn and helps the residents with that burden of actually preparing the talks too often, etc. But we still do have the opportunity to present, and we certainly get the residents to present every once in a while at the curriculum round. So you do gain mastery of that topic, learn how to do a good presentation through it. We do research rounds in Journal Club, which is a new thing. And this is a resident-led idea. I think Drs. Toyota and Liu came to me with this idea that they wanted to do a bi-weekly journal club where, not for new research, we do try to do that outside every couple of quarterly or so, do a sort of journal club outside, try to organize a dinner or something where we discuss new papers. This journal club is more about like classical big studies in neurosurgery that everyone should know. So the residents have taken it upon themselves. They circulate these themselves, pick the papers, and everyone reads the papers, comes together to discuss it, which I think is a very good initiative. So we've sort of made it a bi-weekly thing. And the Bear Pits, Dr. Peeling started this where essentially it's she's the bear and the residents are in the pit with her and just hit her with all the topics you want. And your oncology rounds happen weekly where we discuss all of these oncology cases with the oncologists, pathologists, radiologists, have you. So these are that's the half day that runs from 7 to 1:15. And then other than that, there are weekly rounds that happen. Spine rounds happen every other Thursday. Stroke rounds happen every Wednesday morning. Stroke rounds, the residents aren't required to attend, and they do interfere with rounding sometimes, but the residents who are interested and certainly on research, etc., always end up attending because they find those cases interesting as well. And then all these other rounds happen as well, including like the Department of Surgery putting on rounds, and CAMSIGN teaching, which is usually a required thing. So the Department of Surgery, all the programs sort of get together and do that sometimes as part of or after the half day on Fridays as well. So speaking of Winnipeg, we usually do or at least pre-COVID, we were doing this quite regularly, once a year, research day, and they would invite us out there. The hope was that, you know, we do a back and forth every year, but they had this tradition going of the Parkinson Day, where it's named after Dwight Parkinson. And so they'd have us out there for the Parkinson Day. Usually they'd have a guest lecturer and do the resident research presentations as well. And took us out to a ball game. So these are pictures I can find of that. And so that was a good tradition that we used to have. And we're trying to get back to it. It just sort of slowed down post-COVID a bit. Talked about the boot camp that the neurosurgery residents from across Canada go to. Other courses that are required for the residents that the program supports for sure are these ones, where every resident gets to go to these courses. And the other research day we do is Dr. Kumar's lecture day in Regina. Dr. Kumar is this passed away now, senior neurosurgeon in Regina, who did a lot of functional neurosurgery work and is a very, very well-known name in functional neurosurgery worldwide, actually. And a Parkinson Day that I talked about, the residents are in charge of their retreat, and so they have been planning it, and sort of let them plan it within their sort of constraints of trying to get everyone to a place and back, and for a weekend, etc. And so that's something I think they're working on. Not sure exactly when for, and they decided TBD. And this is the question that everyone asks, and I know a lot of people don't make it to Saskatoon unless you have a good reason for it. But you know, things don't look like this most of the year, I'd say, and our summers are quite beautiful. And the river valley, kind of in the center of Saskatoon, is one of my favorite spots, just to walk around, etc. So some information, and feel free to email, text myself, or our program email address I put as well, which is very easy to remember, neuro.surgery@usask, if you have any other questions or like to meet one-on-one with anyone from our program just to discuss further. And thank you for attending.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for the great presentation. If there's any questions from the audience, you can always unmute yourself or raise your hands or put it in the chat.
Oh, sorry, the winter picture isn't even Saskatchewan, it's Churchill, Manitoba. Okay, so there's
I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So my question is with regards to you mentioned that the program is heavy on the vascular. Is it more endovascular or open surgery or it's just a mix of both?
Yeah, so in terms of our treatment strategies, I think our philosophy it depends on what we're talking about. I think our philosophy for aneurysms, which is probably the most common neurosurgical side of things we deal with, is probably endovascular first, which is based on the evidence and also based on kind of practice across North America, is the way the field has evolved over the past 20 years plus. And so that's how we is endovascular first for most aneurysms, ruptured or unruptured, but we clip aneurysms as well, ruptured or unruptured. And so that's, that probably is as specific as I can get, because it just depends on the case. And it's not even as much about location, but trying to keep patient and aneurysm characteristics in mind is the way to go. And Dr. Peeling like to put in a plug for modern treatment, which is endovascular. But I'm an old soul, so sometimes I do like to clip aneurysms too. She makes fun of me for that, but then she comes and helps and loves it. Anyway, so we do work very collaboratively. Is probably what you probably the thing to emphasize is that whatever we do, it is usually a consensus decision on how to treat things. And other things, you know, so we do a lot of AVMs, fistulas, etc., and spine vascular things, which are somehow not that rare over the case of for our size. They're pretty common, I'd say, somehow, spine vascular things. So we do see quite a bit of strange rare pathology as well. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
So my answer, so it's mostly the caseload that makes your program very heavy on vascular.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's as much caseload because, you know, we don't magically make up cases there. It's just population based. So, and I did some endovascular training in Toronto, so the numbers there were also very high. I think it's what makes me say that our program, our residents get a good training and a good understanding of vascular is that we like to involve the residents in the process and in the decision making. A lot of places, including when I did fellowship, it was very radiology based, so it felt like a separate department. Whereas for us, it is in this division, and it is you deal with those patients day to day, and they are your patients as the resident, and that rotation that the residents do during residency in R3 usually is the goal there is to, you know, gain some understanding and some experience with the catheter skills, getting groin access, etc. But first and foremost, just gain an understanding of what endovascular is and what's achievable, what's a good option, what's not a good option in endovascular, and so that you can just understand the disease process and just understand what's a good aneurysm for coiling versus clipping, when to do embolization for an AVM or not, or when a brain tumor might benefit from embolization, which are, you know, as a general neurosurgeon, if you never do vascular again, those are the types of questions you'd still have. And I think that our residents get a very good understanding of that type of, even if you just never do endovascular or vascular at all.
So, thank you so much.
One other question I saw in the chat was, do we fill our residency spot every year? So we do fill our residency spot every year, sometimes not in the first round. It depends, you know, a lot of times the goal of this also is to try to get people, put ourselves on the radar, because Saskatchewan is not on people's radars if they're not from Saskatchewan or from Western Canada. So most of our residents end up being from either Saskatoon or from Western Canada. And so sometimes it doesn't work out and we don't match in the first round. However, we do always end up matching, and some of the best residents the program has ever had have been from the second round. And so we always definitely keep an open mind and judge people by on their merits. And we are very happy with people who've come into the program in the second round as well. Dr. Peeling says that there are no vacant spots in the program currently. So there hasn't been any one in the past 6 years that we haven't filled the spot. other questions?
Hi, Dr. Ahmed. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm a medical student from Manitoba, so it's nice to hear that collaboration that Sask has with Winnipeg. Did have a question though. I know previously Dr. Drake from, I believe, Ottawa was talking about their interview style and how they have like 4 stations, each focused on like different things, one being research, for example. Is that something that's occurs at Saskatchewan as well, or like how is the interview kind of style here at USask?
So interviews, it's essentially we like you to meet everyone in the program. It's a small enough program that you can. And so usually most staff, obviously someone always ends up being operating. We do make a point of, we think it's an important thing to have help in selecting our next partner. And so we don't run elective OR rooms that day. So so it's a big deal to have the interviews, and we want everyone to be part of the interview. However, of course, people are on call. But usually there are multiple different rooms, and nowadays this is all happening virtually. So there are different rooms virtually where you interact with a couple of staff, and there's a resident room where you interact with all the residents usually. And usually 1 or 2 senior residents may be in a different room where they're a bit more formal, but we don't really tell the rooms what theme to have, etc. It's just whatever people want to ask. So there may be a few sort of like, standard questions they might ask, but a lot of times, at least I can speak for myself or the rooms I've been part of, it's just a conversation, honestly, and might start with a question, but depending on people's answers or depending on what we've read as part of your CVs, might just talk about a topic that seems near and dear to your heart or our heart. And yeah. But Dr. Phelan would like to point out that we do score people pre-interview on a standardized thing. So that brings the objectivity to it, where we still want to make it an objective process where, it's not just you are Dr. Peeling's favorite person that you're getting a leg up. It's based on, the people who we assign your file to someone, and people are graded on their different aspects of their file. And that includes those aspects like research productivity or what they've done as part of a research portfolio, their interest to the field, etc. So it's a rubric to sort of try to standardize our approach.
Thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Phelan would like to point out that there are specific things that CaRMS says we cannot ask you about, and we make sure not to ask you about those. Other questions? What do we look primarily for in successful applicants? That was a question in the chat. So we are looking for people who have an interest in neurosurgery first and foremost, which is usually we do take that for granted. Most people who interview for neurosurgery have a strong interest in the field. We look at, if you have demonstrated that interest through your experiences, so that may be some dedicated either research time or research projects that you've done to sort of explore neurosurgery. That might be an objective measure of how much you like the field, or electives that you've done, what people in and outside of neurosurgery have had to say about you, including like the letters of reference, etc. So we look at all of that just like everywhere else would. And how people come across as a person, as a physician, and in terms of how they do in situations. So those situational interview aspects do come in, and I think some standard questions about things like conflict resolution and team management, etc., probably is what we're looking for there, because we want you to be a part of our team and fit in with a variety of individuals, even but especially outside of neurosurgery, lots of different types of people. And so those are the types of things we ask for and look for.
Are there any other questions from the audience? Well, in that case, I guess thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed and Dr. Peeling and Dr. Toyota for joining us today. It was a very informative session. Dr. Pickett was unable to join us, unfortunately. So we will end the session here. And just a reminder that tomorrow we will have the second day of our CaRMS event starting at 7 p.m. Eastern and 4 p.m. Pacific. So hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow as well. Thank you again, Dr. Ahmed, Dr. Peeling, Dr. Toyota. Have a wonderful rest of the day.
Of course, thanks for having us. Take care.
Okay, great. Okay, so as mentioned, my name is Neil Lipsman. I'm a neurosurgeon at Sunnybrook Health Sciences Center in the University of Toronto, where I am also the residency program director and have been for now just over 4 years. What I'm hoping to do is give a bit of an overview of neurosurgery and also our program, talk about what some of the features, unique features of our program are, and I'll just preface everything by saying that neurosurgery in Canada is in a really good place. We have really outstanding programs from coast to coast. And one of the things that we're quite proud of as a specialty is that the level of neurosurgical training is really quite high in Canada. So if you're interested in neurosurgery, it's a fantastic field. You will become a neurosurgeon because there are spots across the country. And wherever you train, you will have an outstanding experience. And the community is quite small. But it's really the case that the quality of neurosurgical training is really high across the country. So that's really one of the take-home messages here. And every center has its unique nuances and has its unique flavors and experiences. But really take from it for whatever you want and whatever you need, so that you can really try to figure out what the best program is for you. So just in very broad strokes, of course, neurosurgery is our discipline. It's made up predominantly of these 7 sub-disciplines across the board. So oncology, spine, functional, which is what I do, trauma, peds, vascular, and peripheral nerve. In Canada, currently, it's a 6-year residency. Typically, there are, on average, 18 to 20 spots from across the country. It can vary from year to year. We have 4 spots at the University of Toronto for Canadian medical graduates, and typically 1 spot for international medical graduates. Most of the residents in our program will take their 4th year and do research. And that can be either a 1 year or 1 or 2 years of research, or working towards an advanced degree, which can take anywhere from 4 or 5 years, for example. Almost everybody across the board, and this is the case no matter where you train in Canada, most residents will do 1 or 2 year fellowship across one of these subspecialty areas. So all told, if you add up the math, 6 plus or minus 3 years, plus or minus 1 or 2, it's getting close to a 10-year post-medical school training experience in neurosurgery. At the University of Toronto, we were very fortunate to celebrate this last May, our 100th anniversary. So we are the oldest program in Canada, one of the oldest programs really anywhere in the world. And we're comprised predominantly of 4 very busy training sites. So the University Health Network downtown, where the interim chief is Dr. Paul Concombe. St. Michael's Hospital in urban Toronto, where Dr. Julian Spears is the chief of service. It's Sunnybrook, which is where I work. In Midtown Toronto, Dr. Peruzman is the chief, and Pediatric Hospital Sick Kids, where Dr. Dirks is the division head over there. So these are predominantly, I would say 95% of the time is where you will rotate in neurosurgery among these 4 sites. 2 other sites that are increasingly becoming more online. One is Trillium Health Partners in Mississauga, where there is 6 active, very busy neurosurgeons with a predominant community focus. And we're increasingly sending our residents in recent years to Kingston General Hospital, where there are currently, I believe, 5 or 6 neurosurgeons currently on staff, all of whom happen to have been Toronto graduates, where they don't have a residency program themselves, but where currently many residents can train. So what you'll find if you come rotate at U of T is that the services are very, very busy. And we only ever really consider sending residents outside of these 4 training sites when there's an overflow, a need for it, but the options are certainly there. The program is administered by the RPC, which is the Residency Program Committee that's comprised of myself, the chair of neurosurgery. Each site will have a site director. There's a curriculum director, a competence by design lead, and 4 resident representatives that span the entire spectrum of training. The specific advancement of residents throughout the program is administered by a competence committee, which evaluates and assesses whether a resident can progress essentially to the next stage of residency. And that's administered by the competence committee chair, myself, and the site directors. The theme that I really wanted to emphasize is that the lifeblood of our program, and really its strength, is derived from the residents. And we really pride ourselves on having some of the best group of residents really anywhere in the world of neurosurgical training. We're a large program, so we have 32 residents right now, which really makes us one of the largest programs in the world, certainly in North America, but in the world, a 6-year program. And at any one time, about 40% of residents are out doing research. So if you haven't already, I really encourage you to reach out and meet some of the residents who are really the best ambassadors of our program. So as you very well probably know by now, neurosurgical residency in all surgical residencies is undergoing a rapid evolution from a time-based curriculum to a competence-based curriculum. What that means is that rather than just assuming that residents while on service acquire certain skills, there is a Royal College designated program known as the competence-based curriculum, where we very closely and frequently assess patients and not patients, but residents and trainees with how they're doing on service. So the amount of time of residency will be the same. It's a 6-year residency, but how residents progress from one stage to the next is very much dictated by the competence committee. So the program is essentially made, and this is the same across the board, wherever you train in neurosurgery in Canada, it's the same structure, where after you finish medical school, you match to neurosurgery. The first stage is called the transition to discipline stage. It lasts for a few months. And then you progress to a foundations of discipline stage. And that's the first 2 years of residency, roughly. And then you go on, if successful, to the core of discipline, which is the last few years of residency. In the fall of your 5th year, you do your written Royal College examination, and then you do your chief year, and ultimately the oral examination in the spring of your 6th year. So again, that's the structure of residency, and it's the same throughout Canada. It really gives us a common language for how we assess and evaluate residents across the board. So what about Toronto? So there's a lot, that we're quite proud of at the University of Toronto, but the way that I sort of, describe it is there are 3 pillars of neurosurgical training at the University of Toronto. And for those of you who have heard me speak on this subject in the past, you would have heard me talk about these. And I'll just put in a plug as well that later on this week, on November the 13th, we have a virtual open house for those of you who are specifically interested in learning about the U of T program in more detail to meet the RPC. And you'll hear me talk about this at that time as well. But the pillars that I consider really are the most important things that we do are excellence in surgical training, research and critical inquiry, and community and global engagement. So across the board, again, we have the largest and most clinically diverse training program in North America across the 4 sites. So what does that mean? Well, we have at least 5,000 cases per year performed at these teaching sites. So the full spectrum of neurosurgery is really covered at all of these sites in very large volumes. So thousands of spine cases and oncology cases, a lot of dual endovascular and open vascular, as well as pediatric epilepsy and functional. So our typical chief residents who graduate our program, so the chief residency is really the crown jewel of our program. It's the last 12 months of training. Our typical chief residents will do anywhere between 600 and 700 cases. So just to give you a sense of reference, in the United States, when somebody finishes their neurosurgical residency, they would log approximately 12 or 1,300 cases throughout the entire 7-year residency in the US. For us, we get 50% of that roughly just in the last year. Okay, so it's a very, very surgically demanding and very busy service. What do each of the sites do? So UHN, which is our largest division, covers the full breadth of neurosurgery, everything except level 1 trauma. They do the more complicated skull base, epilepsy, extended approaches, and radiosurgery. St. Michael's is a very busy level 1 trauma center. There is a very active and busy spine service looking at MIS, minimally invasive spine trauma, and endovascular is very busy. Sunnybrook has an open and hybrid open and endovascular service that is very busy. It's a major regional stroke center. We do sort of contemporary neuromodulation approaches with things like DBS and focused ultrasound, and have a busy skull base and level 1 trauma service. Sick Kids is a very unique training site. It's a global leader in pediatric neurosurgery. It's a leading pediatric site on the planet, really, and we're very, very lucky to have a very busy and robust academic pediatric neurosurgical experience for our trainees. The full gamut of pediatric neurosurgery is covered, from functional, oncology, vascular, and even the rare, weird, and wonderful things like fetal surgery is covered as well. So one of the things we really pride ourselves on in Toronto is our research and critical inquiry mandate. We have the largest proportion of surgeons, scientists, and investigators on faculty anywhere in North America, the largest contributors to the Senior Society and the Academy of Neurological Surgeons, and really international leadership in virtually every discipline of neurosurgery, from functional, the spine, oncology, and vascular as well. To support that, we have the Surgeon Scientist Training Program that's run from the Department of Surgery. This is essentially a program that protects your time as trainees to do research during your training. So the 4th year of neurosurgical training in Toronto is a research year. And if you choose to go on to do an advanced degree, whether it's a master's or a PhD through the SSTP, your salary will be supported throughout your tenure during that SSTP program. And that's a really specific and unique to the University of Toronto. It's something we really pride ourselves on. Many of our residents have been successful at securing support through various organizations that you would have heard of and publishing in the very highest echelons of the medical world. Just to give you a sense of the kind of work that has been done just in the last few years, and to give you the sense of the breadth and depth of work, Newton Chow is currently doing is a graduate of our program, currently doing a spine fellowship in Calgary, just finished a functional fellowship in Toronto. He did a PhD with Gregoire Courtine, who is a neurosurgeon in Geneva, looking at spinal cord machine interface to restore walking after paralysis. Farshad Nasiri, Dr. Nasiri is a skull-based surgeon, currently on staff at UHN, did some pioneering work on immunotherapy for glioblastoma in Dr. Zade's lab. And Ying Meng is currently one of my partners at Sunnybrook. They're a PhD in my lab looking at enhancing drug delivery to the brain for Alzheimer's disease using focused ultrasound. So really everything that you're interested in terms of research, no matter the subdiscipline, no matter if it's in Canada, outside of Canada, we pride ourselves on their ability to facilitate that experience. One of the things that's becoming more and more important, and then again, we pride ourselves on, is how connected U of T is to the community of neurosurgery, both locally and abroad in the global community. So if you're interested in any subject that is either controversial or is a topic of conversation or something that is emerging in the field of neurosurgery, somebody in the city is also thinking about it, and you can work together with them on. So whether it's education, whether it's development of guidelines, whether it's things like ethics or resident well-being, somebody, some faculty or some affiliate of our program can help you advance those agendas. So again, this speaks to the interconnectedness of our program. Two things that we've launched over the last couple of years to try to enhance the experience has been the Research Council, led by two scientists who are affiliated with our program, Dr. Hamani and Dr. Schweitzer. The goal of the Research Council has really been to harmonize and coordinate research across the different sites of our division and to encourage closer interdisciplinary collaborations between the different sites. So that's something that was lacking before, and something we're really trying to bridge the gaps and the chasms that can sometimes exist between different sites who are very busy and maybe doing interrelated work. George Ibrahim was a pediatric neurosurgeon who, if you haven't met, I hope you do get a chance to meet. He's been spearheading our mentorship program. We've identified mentorship as really important to navigating the challenges of residency, and something that we do very early on is match residents who just master a program with trainees and other faculty in order to help people navigate that process, whether it's clinical navigation, research navigation, career choice, research labs, things like that. Anything that require mentorship, we formalize that process. The other thing that we've done is open a position for our curriculum director. So we have a comprehensive didactic neurosurgical curriculum that we run every Friday morning. It's called Brain School, and it cycles through the entire body of neurosurgical work and knowledge every 2 years or so, to really operationalize that and to structure that a lot better, and to pair it with more formal assessments like mock, oral, and in training examinations. Dr. Conkham, who's currently the site director in RPC from UHN and also the interim division head at UHN as well, he's tasked with helping us with the curriculum. And one of the most important initiatives we've launched over the last few years has been a wellness, equity, diversity, and inclusion initiatives, where Dr. Abaya Kulkarni, who was the immediate past program director, has taken on the role of the vice chair of wellness and EDI. And here we've really tried to corner the market on everything that is non-academic in the world of wellness and EDI. So establishing a culture committee, frequent touch points with our residents, a social curriculum for our trainees to get together much more often, as well as things like anti-bias and allyship training for all of our residents and faculty, to make sure that all the unconscious biases that we are engaged in that maybe we're not aware of can ultimately be brought to conscious awareness, so that we can have a more inclusive kind of environment. One of the major selling points I find of our program, as I mentioned, is our residents. We have 32 of them currently. In every province, med school background degree is really represented. So if you haven't already, please reach out. They're very accessible. They are an outstanding group of talented, ambitious, and driven individuals. So I really encourage you to meet them. And a shameless plug for the city of Toronto. We're really the diversity, culture, sports, and food capital of Canada. So whether you're into Michelin star restaurants, whether you're into sports, cultural events, etc., you're going to find it in Toronto, which is a growing, huge, bustling metropolitan. That's truly a world-class city, one of the best places in the world to live. Final couple points have to do with sort of our position in the community, the global neurosurgical community. And one of the things that we pride ourselves on is attracting talent from around the world, not only to do residency training, but also fellowship training as well. And once you train here, you become a member of that broader Toronto alumni community. And one of the things that's really heartening is when you go to a meeting, or whether it's a functional meeting or a spine meeting or what have you, you're going to find trainees who train in Toronto who had a very good experience, and people sort of gravitate towards each other. So in many ways, we are sort of the world's training program, given the number of international fellows and neurosurgical leaders that we've trained here. Our recent graduates have ended up in some of the top tier organizations from around the world. So if you look at just a random sampling over the last 5 or 6 years, we've had our residents find positions not only in Ontario, but in McGill and Calgary, out west as well. And if they do end up going to the US, about 50% of our graduates go to the US. They land in some of the top tier organizations in neurosurgical departments throughout North America. So very proud of our track record of securing those positions. The last point that I'll mention, and that's because I'm a history buff, as those of you know who have heard me give this talk before and who will hear this several times in the coming months. One of the things we pride ourselves on is where Toronto sits really in the history of neurosurgery. And the history of neurosurgery is really the history of medicine, going back for the last 100 years in modern medicine and how So our history really extends to the very beginnings of neurosurgery with K.G. McKenzie, who was the first neurosurgeon to work at Toronto General Hospital back in 1924. And he was one of Harvey Cushing's very first residents. So we can trace our lineage back to the very beginnings of the entire field. The chair after McKenzie was Harry Bodwell, who ended up establishing Lyndhurst, which is the first rehab hospital for spinal cord injury in Canada. The next chair after that was Thomas Morley, who was British trained and trained with Geoffrey Jefferson, who is a very notable neurosurgeon in the UK and one of the first functional neurosurgeons in the world. Following him was Alan Hudson, who is the model sort of administrator neurosurgeon and was the first neurosurgeon to become the CEO of a major hospital in Canada. He ended up becoming the CEO of UHN, University Health Network. After him was Charles Tatter, who's a pioneering and legendary figure of neurosurgery, still almost in his 90s, working and is an expert on traumatic brain injury and concussion. And really, through his Head Start program, pioneered the importance of head protection, traumatic brain injury. Following him was Jim Rutka, who is a luminary in his own right, and we're very proud to have him still here as a pediatric neurosurgeon at Sick Kids. He was a former president of the AANS, and virtually every accolade in neurosurgery has been his, and he's currently the editor of the Journal of Neurosurgery. After Dr. Rutka was Dr. Lozano, who is a pioneering functional neurosurgeon with whom I trained. I did my PhD with Dr. Lozano. He's one of the most published authors in the field of Parkinson's disease. So not neurosurgery, in Parkinson's disease. Truly a major figure in that field, and a consummate surgeon scientist. And our current chair, actually soon to be former chair, because she was recruited to be the chair of neurosurgery at Mayo Clinic. But I've had the great privilege of working with Dr. Zadeh, who is really an outstanding surgeon scientist in her own right, brain tumor surgeon, very, very busy clinical surgeon, who has made huge advances in our understanding of primary malignant and benign brain tumors in the brain. So really a academic neurosurgeon with a capital A who happens to be a really delightful human being. And so she's going to be greatly missed when she goes to Mayo Clinic, but it will ensure that the lines of communication are always open in collaboration between us and Mayo for many years to come. So what I encourage you to do when you see this kind of list is that when you see these individuals is really to view yourself as the natural extension of this tremendous lineage of neurosurgical expertise and impact that we've had over the last 100 years of the field. So with that, I'll introduce you to the RPC, who, for those of you who are applying this year through CaRMS, will meet. I do encourage you to meet, to reach out to any of these individuals, to meet them, speak with them. Dr. Conkham is the site director at UHN, Jeff Wilson at St. Mike's, Dr. Doss is our CBD lead, myself and Ashish represent Sunnybrook. Dr. Rutka's picture is not here, but I just showed him to you. He's our interim chair, who will take over from Gallery while we search for a new chair. Dr. Ibrahim at Sick Kids, and our outstanding resident reps, Kareem, Leor, Patrick, and Chloe, who are ready to connect with you at any time if you have any questions. So if you do have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. Here's my email address. For those of you on social media, please follow us on at UFT Neurosurge. No question too big, too small. Don't hesitate to reach out. Always open door policy if you have any questions about anything that I discussed or anything about neurosurgery or Toronto. And I think that I may have a few minutes here to answer any questions you might have.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Dr. Lipsman. Now we're open for questions. Samuel, you've raised your hand. You can go ahead and unmute yourself and ask your question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Doctor, for your time and for the presentation. I just want to know, do you ever have a resident that did not finish his residency, and what was the reason? How do you address that? And secondly, what can explain the high number of residents you have at the 4th year? Thank you very much.
So sorry, has anybody not finished the residency?
Yeah, that was the first question.
Yeah, absolutely. So, generally speaking, neurosurgery being neurosurgery, which is, can be a challenging training period, invariably across the country, there's an attrition rate associated with every surgical program. Ours is no exception. What we found is that, the individuals who come to neurosurgery and that don't end up completing it, it's because they discover it's not for them. they discovered that maybe there's another specialty, or maybe it wasn't exactly what they expected going into it. I found that the more experience somebody has during medical school in neurosurgery, and it doesn't have to be operating, it can just be around the pathology or something like that, the less likely that is to happen. So those are the main reasons. What was your second question?
It's about the high number of residents you have at the 40. What could explain that?
So around second or third year, we meet with all the residents to determine whether they want to do research, whether they want to expand that, and the majority do. So that's why that fourth year is actually expanded, to a more number of years. So even though there's, for example, 8 or 9 people in PGY4, they're at different stages of research training. Some are just starting, and some are near the end of research, but they're still considered R4s. So that's why that looks like that year is expanded.
Next up, you have Raphael. You can unmute yourself and ask your question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Lipsman. Thank you for the information. Really, really helpful. I'm currently about to enter clerkship in January, and I'm currently in the electives planning process. So I was looking at Toronto for doing a neurosurgery elective. I was wondering, out of all the sites that Toronto has to offer, which ones do you think would be best suited for a medical student to do an elective in?
Really good question. I would advise, it's hard for me to choose because you're going to get a great experience everywhere. And I'm not being, facetious. I really think that you will. Well, I do suggest that you go to one of the adult sites. And I probably suggest that you go to probably one of the trauma sites. So it can be either St. Mike's or Sunnybrook. Now, that said, if you have a strong interest and you want to see epilepsy surgery, or you want to see complex skull base, extended approaches, go to Toronto Western. You're going to have a great experience at all of those. But I would say that, certainly as unique as the experience is at Sick Kids, I would probably leave that for when you're a resident. See what adult neurosurgery is like. You will find, no matter where you go, Calgary or Toronto or Montreal, pediatric neurosurgery is like a bubble. It's like a world unto itself. And it's not always representative of neurosurgery and sort of what adult neurosurgery is like. So go to one of the adult sites. You can't go wrong.
Awesome. Moise, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Lipsman. Toronto has that big residence size, which is kind of unique from all the other universities, which is kind of amazing as well. But are residents still given that level of autonomy and access to clinical skills? And do you think the wide variety of hospitals that Toronto has to offer kind of plays a part in that?
Sorry, it plays a part in what? Sorry?
It plays a part in giving the residents that autonomy and access to clinical experiences.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, I won't lie. One of the, criticisms that's often, leveled at Toronto is that the program is too big, that there are too many training sites, there are too many residents. But I think that all you need is to speak to one of our residents to feel like, what, I wish that there was like 10 other residents in the program because things are very busy. So we sort of structure the program in 3 to 6 months rotations. So when you're at St. Mike's, for example, you're only rotating with, 4 other residents. So it's a very concentrated, unique experience that is very enriched. When you're at Sunnybrook, it's the same. When you're at Toronto Western, it's the same. So you don't really feel like there's 32 residents in the program when you're focused at that site. So as a result, you can get a really unique hands-on experience.
All right. Thank you so much. And I think there's a question in the chat as well.
Yeah, so we have Danish asking, if you choose to do your graduate degree at another institute during your residency, for example, internationally, will the CIP still financially support you?
Really good question. It's variable. So usually what we would ask is that, for example, Newton, who did it in Geneva, we would work with residents to apply for salary and research support for from other organizations, including at those home institutions or local institutions, to ensure they have that support. If they don't, the SSTP can provide some support in order to do that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? We have Emma.
Yes, I have a last minute question. Dr. Lipsman, thank you so much for your talk. My question is on what is your experience with matching with residents who have not conducted an elective at your program?
Yeah.
And from just the last cycles, what is the rate of students that you match that have not done an elective at your program? Thank you.
You know, it's a great question, and it's a tough one to answer because, of course, ideally, we would you know, applicants that we match would have some experience at the University of Toronto, and it's a bi-directional thing. It's not only for us to see them, but it's for them to see that we are a good match for them. And really, I encourage you to think about things as a dialogue, as a interaction in that way. Has there been instances? Yes, there have been instances where sort of we look at letters of reference and we look at experience and things like that. But ideally, somebody would do an elective here so that, you know, they can have that experience. We also recognize, though, it's not possible to do an experience across the country. It's not possible to do an elective in every single place. So more important is experience in neurosurgery, is making sure that somebody has had that experience, has done electives, has done some experience, and knows what the specialty is.
All right, we're running out of time. Dr. Lipsman, thank you so much for joining us for the 4th consecutive year. We
Yeah, my
look
pleasure.
forward to having you next year as well. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Best of luck. And again, don't hesitate to reach out. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. Bye. Hey, Carlo.
Okay, so McGill training is very different from the rest of training in Canada. I'll explain why. First, here's a breakdown of our training, and right away you'll see just from the demographics that we're a little bit different. So we have 16 residents. We're actually a large program, but most are sponsored international medical graduates. So 4 are Canadian. Okay, of the 16, we have 3 women, so it's a little bit low, and it's obviously something we'd love to fix. The reason why it's difficult for us to adjust for is that we only accept 1 Canadian applicant every other year due to restrictions at a provincial level, which I think is going to change in the next year. There's a lot of pressure to change that. But for whatever reason, the neurosurgeons in Quebec believe that we're training too many Canadian trainees, so we decided to reduce, but a lot of other parts of Canada did not. They actually increased. And so we actually are thinking about employability of our future neurosurgeons, our Canadian neurosurgeons, and that actually is impacted. That being said, I think we're under training in Quebec. We have 6 fellows, but there's a separate spine program. It's like an ortho neurosurgery program combined, and they have also fellows. But right now we have 2 Pete's fellow, only 1 is doing clinical work, 2 skull-based vascular fellows, which is 1 too many. There was a bit of a problem with start dates, which was beyond our control. We have 1 functional fellow and 1 epilepsy fellow. I'm putting downward pressure on the resident pool to try and get down to about 14 residents. I think that's the right number for McGill for case volumes. In terms of faculty, so I'm just going to slide over this right here, so I can actually see. So we have 1 epilepsy. So we have actually, it's like a very well-rounded program. We have 1 of everything, at least. So we have 1 peripheral nerve surgeon. We actually have a lot of other sites rotating with our peripheral nerve surgeon, because we actually have a real peripheral nerve surgeon that does brachial plexus exposures and does that whole thing. And a lot of programs might not have access to that. And we think that's an important part of completing your EPAs and for the Royal College. We have 1 epilepsy surgeon, 1 functional neurosurgeon, 3 neuro-oncology surgeons, 3 vascular surgeons, one of which is more skull-based, and another which is endovascular. That's just at our 1 site. It's got our flagship hospital, the Montreal Neurologic Hospital, the cradle of neurosurgery. When you walk in there, it feels old, that's for sure. And at the Montreal, this is a typo, but the Montreal General Hospital, we have 3 neurotrauma surgeons and we have 4 orthopedic spine surgeons that our neurosurgery trainees work with. At the Jewish General Hospital, we have we're supposed to have 2 spine surgeons. One just left and there's a position available. And we have 2 skull-based surgeons. The skull-based surgery at the Jewish General this is top-notch. Some definitely the best in the city. At the Montreal Children's Hospital, we have 4 pediatric surgeons where there's quite a bit of epilepsy and vascular surgery. It's a diverse, as you would expect at a pediatric hospital, they really do everything. In terms of the different rotations, this is one thing that we do very differently is we really keep things focused. So the major stressor that a trainee has is being spread very thin and being pulled in different directions. We kind of provide an environment. We have a very focused learning opportunity. And so at the Montreal Neurological Hospital, for example, we have a spine rotation or just a neuro-oncology rotation or peripheral nerve rotation or a vascular rotation or an epilepsy and functional rotation, which are linked. At the Montreal General Hospital, it's either spine or neurotrauma. And as a result, when you're on call, you only really focus on those that specific hospital that you are at, and you never cross cover. And the calls are extremely light. They're all home call. Our residents right now, on average, are doing 6 calls a month. They could do a maximum of 9. This is just get an idea of where our sites are. They're all pretty close to each other in a beautiful part of the city. So this is Mount Royal here, and these are our sites. These little, that's the Jewish General, that's the Neuro, that's the Montreal General. Oh, the video, I'll let the video do its thing. Oh, so that's where I work. Right there, the Neuro. And I think it's progressing, yeah. The Royal Victoria, forget it, for another time. This is Montreal General Hospital, sort of our grungy inner city hospital, trauma galore, and just trauma or spine. And the Jewish General has an emergency department, pretty busy. Complex stuff is generally shipped out to another hospital, but it's like a general neurosurgery practice plus whatever, like their elective practices. And this is our new hospital. This is where the pediatric rotation is. Okay. I'm going to progress to the next slide there. Again, this is the map of how far they are from each other. So they're all very close, but it's all through city. So, it takes, 15 minutes pretty well to get between sites. Okay. Good. This is our usual training trajectory, although I tend to customize it to the trainee and their needs, their CBD competency-based needs on EPAs and stuff. But at the PGY1, there's an experience at the Neuro plus all of the off-service rotations that are necessary for foundations. And then there's a notable amount of concentrated trauma, as well as MGH spine, your neurology, neuroradiology rotations. That's when you pass your POS exam. And then in 3 is your core, you're in the core of your, I think actually I'm going to put those icons there. You're in the core of your training where there's lots of neurosurgery at the Neuro as well as the Jewish General Hospital. Then you have your research year. And then we always protect everyone's time for their exams. So we make sure the pathology rotation is 3 periods before their exam, and we do make sure they don't do any call for those 3 periods, so they pass the written exam. And then when they're back, they're ready to go, and they have a nice chief residency year with 18 periods of neurosurgery where they have quite a bit of autonomy, and then finally the transition to practice, which is their opportunity to slow down a bit. It's their victory lap, and when they have to study for their oral exam. Okay, and this is another way of expressing, the rotation schedule. And at the different sites, this is the breakdown of all the neurosurgery rotations, which are quite diverse. The research year is pretty well ubiquitous. I think everyone does the research year unless they already have an advanced degree. So if they don't have an advanced degree, everyone has achieved a master's or PhD. There's a really popular master's in experimental medicine related to simulation, spine simulations. It's guaranteed success of a 1-year master's, which is very much sought after. In terms of bells and whistles, we have them all. So we have focused ultrasound for movement disorders, intraoperative CT, O-arm, spine navigation, neuromonitoring, SSEG robotic arm placement for SSG electrodes, stereotactic radiosurgery, a fairly strong endovascular group, intraoperative MRI at the Children's, and we're just starting our computer brain interface program for paralyzed patients. Our attrition rate is important. We have we have no attrition. Our people finish their training. The exam performance is excellent. We had one resident fail the written last year, but was able to rewrite it, and it didn't delay his training in any way. How do our residents do? Out of their last 6 Canadian trainees, 4 of them were hired at McGill. One of them has a very good academic position in the US, and another one was too picky to work with me, so he was not happy with the work environment. So he did not take our job offer. So we definitely support the trainees that we train. Right now, there are many jobs available for neurosurgery in Quebec. And we're actually, not McGill, but many sites are hiring foreign nationals because of the lack of available talent. French language is really important. It's good to have some proficiency. If you don't, there's coursework to do to demonstrate proficiency. Our hospitals all work in English, but half of our patients are French and they expect to be spoken to in French. This is a rubric which we use to evaluate trainees. Just going to see what my time is. Hopefully I'm not blowing through this too fast. I think it's good. A way we score everyone. So how and we rank everyone. And if you're curious, how we decide, we try to make it as objective as possible. So there's a certain amount of weight for academic achievement, which is very hard to evaluate in our Canadian trainees because we often don't get marks, but there are sometimes something we can go off of. Occasionally there's even standardized score exams that can get in there as well. So whatever we can get. Research experience does have some importance. We still are training academic surgeons when possible. Letters of recommendation have actually quite a bit of value. We're looking for reference letters that demonstrate that the physician actually knows these people and has worked with them closely. I tend to favor letters of recommendations of people I know. In terms there's a smaller weight to leadership and extracurricular, but this is kind of important. There's quite a bit of weight of 15% towards communication and interpersonal skills. And so if there's no familiarity with French, there's a question in the chat box. I'll answer that. Fundamental. Well, we'll get there. It's a good question. If there's no French proficiency, it's gonna remove points from the possible score, right? But you could certainly still be hired without any proficiency in French. But the French will have to there has to be some sort of development of French skills over the course of your training. And then, of course, motivation for neurosurgery and the diversity of other experiences in your life besides neurosurgery. Montreal is a really nice city to live in, except for stuff like this. For some reason, they're obsessed with construction cones and our roads are never in any good condition. We do get snowed out occasionally, but there's a lot of great things about it. One, the rent is pretty cheap compared to the rest of Canada. It's pretty low. It's ranked 25th on this ranking in 2022, and the apartments tend to be a bit bigger than other parts of Canada. And it's just a cool town, beautiful town. It's like 45 minutes from skiing, great nightlife, very easy to live in. And then this is a good opportunity to actually answer that question, a few questions in the chat box here. If you choose your graduate degree at another institution during residency, you'll have to you don't get much support to actually do your research at another institution. If you leave Quebec, you would need to have a leave of absence. So it's not like we can do it. It's not impossible, but you'll have 1 year of funding, and CIP funding probably won't work out. And you would most likely need to have funding from the other hospital, from your PI or the lab. The resident's problem with the work environment is that the case mix was mostly spine, and he didn't like it, didn't like spine. I really liked him. I wanted him to work with us, but the position was for spine surgery. So it's more of a case mix problem. And this is a good time for any questions. I should mention, while you guys are thinking about questions, we have one CaRMS position this year. We have another position. It's a unique program. I don't really know what to do with it, to be honest. We've never had this position before. It's called a contingent particulier position, and it's available to someone that cannot apply through CaRMS. And it's available to a French national. Of course, Canadians that can't apply through CaRMS, like they've already went through CaRMS, they've already been matched, they're already working as a physician. It's also available to US trained physicians, interestingly. It's an interesting program. I'll write it in the chat box. You guys can read about it on the McGill website. I suspect there's someone in this group that actually might be a candidate for this position. I should also mention, I'm not optimistic. It's going to be particularly competitive because I don't know if anyone even knows about it. And I don't think we'll ever have this position ever again. It's like a one-off thing. There's like a lottery in Quebec. Yes, yeah, you're right. So what ends up happening, there's a question about the pass-fail on the application. What ends up happening, it's very hard to differentiate between candidates. And so that rubric is more designed, that part of the rubric is more designed for international applicants. So for Canadian applicants in CaRMS, pretty well everyone gets the same mark. It's almost impossible to differentiate. I think that's by design, right?
Laurie, I have a question.
Sure.
I understand that you have one spot this year, but it's a regular stream, so meaning also international medical graduates are going to be able to apply through this stream as well, right?
Yeah, it's the usual CaRMS stream. So international medical graduates could apply. Yes.
Thank you.
But do look up that contingent particular position. I actually am somewhat worried. Well, so I just looked into it. They haven't even, it's supposed to go through CaRMS, the CaRMS website as well, but they haven't even posted the position. I'm beginning to think we're not going to get a single applicant for that position, interestingly, which is too bad because we actually have 6 McGill medical students very interested in neurosurgery this year. It's a very competitive year. So it's, anyways, it is what it is. It's out of our control as a program. This is at health, Ministry of Health level.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? If not, I can ask a question. Me personally, as someone who's applying to neurosurgery, well, not this year, but next year, as someone from Montreal, we have this issue of having only 2 spots available, and it's 1 per program every 2 years. And you mentioned that it might be changing. Is there any potential of that changing by next year, or by how long do you think that it will?
It's something we've been talking about for a while. At our latest neurosurgery meeting, I think Newton Pimenta is on the call now. I think he's the next speaker. I think he could actually maybe comment on it if he was at the ANCQ. But there is a lot of enthusiasm for 1 trainee per year. But in my experience, everything takes longer than it should. So I know I can't make any promises. I hope so. It's always demoralizing when you have someone so keen from Montreal interested in neurosurgery and you have to see them go.
And just to follow up on that, do you think that hiring more residents will then later on cause an issue where a lot of them will have to find jobs elsewhere?
I think as you train more, you fill up positions, but right now, we have a position, there's a position open at the Montreal General. There's a position open up at the Jewish General. There's 2 positions open up in Trois-Rivières. There's probably a few other positions. There's a position opening up at the CHUM. Like there's many jobs in Quebec. And we actually there's some jobs that don't even have applicants, right? And I think there's a barrier of entry, I think, in Quebec, a little bit to the French language, because it is important. Like you need to be able to have some French, right? And at most of the hospitals McGill's an exclusion to that. Most hospitals work in French as well. Our hospital works in English, but a lot of our patients are French speaking. And I think that is enough to keep people away. And then once you factor in that we've been under training, so I think we can accommodate for trainees. And if you look at the volume and size, just for a point of reference, like we're 2/3 the population of Ontario, and we only train 2 neurosurgery residents. And so I don't know how many Ontario trains. I don't have enough fingers, but it's quite a few, right? So I really think that our province could easily accommodate 4. The last 3 hires at McGill were from Ontario, actually.
We have a question from the chat, and then Samuel, you can go ahead. So the question from the chat says, I want to ask about International Diploma hors Canada. Is possible come to Canada for training or for residency?
Oh, yeah, certainly. We have our so we'd just be following the usual CaRMS stream, and we also have sponsored trainees, and then this contingent particulier program is actually applicable to international medical graduates, but their medical training has to be recognized by the CMQ. And if it's not recognized by the CMQ, it's a non-starter. And so to get recognized by the CMQ, it's a process. So that has to, the CMQ, what that stands for is the Collège des Médecins de Québec.
All right, Samuel, you can go ahead. If at
Thank
any
you very much.
point has a, oh, sorry, just to clarify, if at any point you have a question, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. You don't have to wait for us to confirm.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to know, as you say, you have like 6 students on the roll for one position. Like, do IMGs really have a chance matching your programs? And what would be your advice to stand out as a candidate as for an IMG? That's my question. Thank you very much.
I think an IMG does have a stand a chance. I think everyone is graded sort of objectively. I think familiarity with the trainee is helpful always. It's kind of like what Nir was saying before. It's just nice to know that the person that's coming knows who they're dealing with and is sort of happy with the training environment. It's more that than actually us knowing the people. The last thing a program needs is someone to leave because they're dissatisfied with the work environment because they didn't know what to expect.
So is there a way to reach out to the residents or to connect with them?
Yeah, sure. You can shoot me an email. I'll put in the chat. I can direct you to some of the trainees, maybe the trainees that are on research, so they'll have lots of time to.
Thank you.
Good.
I had a quick question. Thanks, Dr. Santaguida. There was a recent report, I think, on CBC saying the Quebec Premier wants to force Quebecois medical students to practice or start their training in Quebec. Otherwise, there might be some repercussions of reimbursing taxpayer tuition fees. Are you familiar with anything regarding that?
Yeah, so this is not law. This is that was like a media thing that they discussed. So this is actually does not exist yet. If it does exist, it's pretty controversial. I'd be very much against it, but right now it doesn't exist. I would imagine in the spirit of fairness, if you're in the process of training, they couldn't possibly, force that rule on you. So our incoming CaRMS year, I can't imagine how it could possibly affect you. But by our next CARM application year, if they do pass this into law, I'll actually have to speak about that, because I think it's going to make us it's not going to actually really hurt us in terms of future applicants. The idea, I mean, there's a whole idea in Canada of having that sort of mobility, right? At the very least. So it'd be so shocking to all of a sudden be a trained neurosurgeon and have no mobility. The other thing that I don't think they're thinking about, and I worry about a little bit, is that a lot of us are very subspecialized, and the job opportunity that's available to you in your backyard might not be the one you're looking for. Just like how our trainee didn't want the job I wanted to give him, is because it wasn't the right job, right? And he was employable and he left. So I think that's important. I think after all this training, I think we should be treated with a bit of respect. The other thing I would say is it goes both ways, right? So there's a lot of Ontarians that have come to Quebec to work, right? So I think it's probably a little bit too top down. We'll see how it goes. It might even be contested in court as well, I think, if they pass it, because I think it does violate the Constitution.
Thank you.
We'll see. Good question. Tough question. I wish you didn't ask it.
I hope it doesn't happen, because I
hope not.
I agree with you, especially 6 McGill med students, and hopefully that doesn't happen.
No, I hope not. Great. Well, this is great. Thanks for allowing me to participate in this. I think we have time probably for one more question, but I think there's no more.
Hi, I had a question.
Great.
I'm a medical student at McGill. I was wondering if you had advice for Med-P students who want to apply to neurosurgery.
Yeah. What year are you?
I'm a second year.
Your second year? You know, it's funny. I used to be the Med-P director. So the Med-P is a program where it was early entry into med school, and it's a great program. And I, as a PGY1, sorry, not a PGY1, as a first year medical student, I was enamored by this neurosurgeon. He had this big article about him in our local newspaper, and I found him. We started doing research together, and I really had no options at that point, because I was just on this one-way track to neurosurgery, and I think that's a bit unhealthy, you know. So I would recommend in the early days, and this is about the inflection point where you're at right now as a second year, is get an early exposure. Even if it doesn't fit in your curriculum, do it after hours, or if it doesn't interfere, just get an early exposure. Make sure the personalities, you connect with the right personalities, because the neurosurgeons are a unique bunch, I find. Like they're not the most, like I tell all our other trainees, you have to really like being around neurosurgeons. And the inflection point that you have to decide right now is whether you want to be a surgeon or not. And what I always advise people, it has nothing to do with McGill training, but I tell all my trainees this, is that if you're thinking about neurosurgery because you have an obsession with the idea of neurosciences, and you're thinking about neurology or neurosurgery, this is the wrong decision tree. You expose yourself to one of those and you realize that one of them is not like the other in any way. So I don't know of any neurosurgeon that would do well in neurology, right? And vice versa. So just make sure you're doing it for the right reasons. I think if looking back at my training, if I was going as a spine surgeon, it was very clear if I didn't become a neurosurgeon, I think I would have done well in orthopedics. And I think that made sense. And in neurology, they would have probably kicked me out after like a couple months, because I just don't think the personalities would work. So some people are technicians and some people are not. That was a long answer, right? But what I would say in short is get an early exposure to neurologists, get an early exposure to neurosurgeons, and see which one you get along with, and then start encouraging a mentorship type of relationship by maybe doing some early research with somebody, if your studies permit it.
Thank you.
No problem.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Santaguida. It was great having you for the first time, and we look forward to having you hopefully next year, if not in 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks so much. All right, have a good night, everyone.
Have a good one.
Okay, let's see here. Thanks for having me. It's much appreciated. Glad to kind of meet interested people anywhere I can. Thanks for joining me today. I am the program director for McMaster. I've been program director there since 2000, starting amongst the midst of COVID. It's been my pleasure to see many med students into the program since then, both and have some people off. So tonight, I just want to talk to you a little bit about our program itself. You know, I know some of this may be a little bit repetitive in terms of you know what the other program directors are saying, and so if there's stuff there that you guys don't care about, use the little speed up button and tell me. I will just skip over that if you guys aren't interested, because there are a lot of similarities across the country in terms of the programs, but some of the differences, and that's what we're going to talk about this evening. So firstly, I just kind of titled it The People of McMaster. We have 12 staff members, and we've got a wide breadth of expertise amongst those 12. And so you can, if you're good at math, you'll find that that doesn't add up to 12, and that's because some people have combined practices. And so we've got a couple of people who are primarily spine surgeons. We had a third person who's retired, and we're actually looking to replace them. We have 3 vascular surgeons, 4 endovascular, 2 who practice in skull base, 2, actually more than, well, several who practice oncology, but 2 who mainly do oncology, 1 who partly does critical care, and 3 of us who do pediatric. On the resident side, we have currently about 2 to 3 residents per year. Usually it's 1 CaRMS candidate and 1 visa trainee that we've been accepting over the past few years. And so these are the people. I'll just, again, for people who haven't had a chance to come out and meet us, I'll just do kind of a virtual introduction. So Dr. Senek here in the top left, he is one of our spine surgeons. He actually trained here many years ago and went off and did a spine fellowship and came back to practice. Below him is our other full-time spine surgeon, Deep Guha, who hails from University of Toronto, and then a spine fellowship in the US. And so those are our 2 main spine surgeons. Dr. Ketcher was our third one who retired, but they function in a clinical service group along with the orthopedic surgeons at the general, who look after and take care of primarily spine. Along the top on the right here, so Dr. Van Adel is actually, he's one of our neurointerventionalists, but he is actually a neurologist, but his practice is entirely on neurointervention. So he belongs to us in that we interact very closely with him, and he only sees kind of neurosurgical patients. Dr. Wong is also a vascular endovascular surgeon. Dr. Algierd does vascular, endovascular, and skull base. And then below him there is Dr. Kishore, who's also a vascular and endovascular surgeon. In the middle at the bottom there, we've got Dr. Reddy, who's our most senior neurosurgeon. He does mostly space, MIS, spine, and Dr. Sharma, who does part-time critical care, neurocritical care, and runs our neurosurgical step down, as well as doing some oncology and general neurosurgery as well. And then Dr. Omar is our newest recruit, and his practice is focused primarily on oncology. And then myself, Dr. Singh, and Dr. Jenny make up the pediatric contingent. Both myself and Dr. Jenny are full-time pediatrics, and then Dr. Singh is split between pediatrics and basic lab. So she's half-time pediatrics, but half-time runs a lab as well. Generally speaking, in addition to this, we have a few spine fellows who participate in our interact with our program, as well as usually 1 to 2 INR fellows, a skull-based fellow, and we'll be soon having a pediatrics fellow as well. As I'd mentioned, we're recruiting for a spine surgeon, and we're still looking to expand into functional neurosurgery with a spine recruit as well. These are our residents, and so along the top there we have our 3 PGY1s, Zahra, Dana, and Rufus. And then in the bottom there we've got Anyani Carey, who's PGY2, Rami and Nadine, who are our PGY3s. And so they spend most of their time on clinical service. and are working out their interests. And then here's our senior group of residents. And so from the bottom there, we've got currently have 4 PGY6. And the reason for that often is because we stagger with research. And so some people who take some time off for research essentially kind of re-enter the program a little bit down the road. And so Dr. Zegzug actually did a PhD. Above her, Dr. Lannon also did a PhD. Dr. Duda completed CIP master's program, and then both Dr. Kaya and Nell Tupi completed master's programs as well during their residency. Dr. Kesserwan there, he's one of our PGY4s, and he's in CIP and currently working on a PhD in brain-computer interfaces, mathematical modeling. Dr. Hart and Dr. Kabani are our PGY4 residents. Dr. Hart is in her first year of the CIP program and pursuing a master's degree, and there Dr. Kabani is is actually also doing a master's degree, but not through the CIP program currently. So this is kind of the junior senior contingent for us right now. The program itself, as you guys all well know, is 6 years. It's accomplished by a design model. The first couple of years, you're in the surgical foundations program, getting access to the different surgical disciplines. And throughout that, you're doing EPAs. I know a number of you in med school now are used to, or they're getting used to doing EPAs and the whole kind of transition to residency. And it is similar in that sense, but we continue to use them as kind of ongoing low stakes observations over time for ongoing evaluation. And then there's a surgical foundations exam, which taken in year 2. This is how our program is laid out, with a good amount of neurosurgery up front to PGY1 to get people up to speed, as well as a lot of PGY2. We do take breaks for some of the off-service things like general surgery, ENT, plastics, and radiology, as well as things like vascular surgery, neurology, and ICU to have everyone kind of well-rounded as part of our foundation. PGY3 is really that kind of core neurosurgical year where you're starting to expand and become and get more experience, as well as start doing some pediatrics. PGY4 is when many people take time to do research or specific higher degrees, should I say. And that's often through the CIP program, where they may take anywhere from 2 to 4 or 5 years during the program, where they're actually taking 1 year from the program as a research year, and the other years are kind of in a pause of training, so they often will stay as PGY4 for extended periods of time while they complete the research. Then they come back as PGY5s, where the written exam is done in the fall, and then there's options for electives and other kind of rotations, trying to explore your interests and get ready for fellowship. And then PGY6 often is when we're doing chiefing and options for other things like community electives, pediatrics, neuroradiology, and then again the oral exam to finish things off. In our program, we have a lot of education and research events. Typically, we have a Friday morning half day where we have case rounds, grand rounds with all the other neurosciences, including neurology, neuroradiology, neuropathology. And then we have didactic and practical sessions. We have opportunity to have a lot of access to the cadaver labs and spend a good amount of time trying to familiarize ourselves and get a lot of basic anatomical and surgical approach skills early on. So that's what a large portion, often over the summers, of our program is dedicated to. Additionally, we have things like monthly M&Ms and journal club, as well as quarterly research rounds where we all get together and someone from the division talks about their current research activities for both kind of, opportunity to present it and also for feedback from everyone. And then there's lots of different multidisciplinary rounds depending upon where you are, both in spine, oncology, pediatrics, and neuro-oncology, etc. We also do practice written exams. We have a research day in the fall, which we just completed. We have things like pituitary education days, spine day, both in minimally invasive spine course and skull-based endoscopy courses that we run. as well as I mentioned, research rounds and a lot of prep around exams. This is us down in the anatomy lab working on some bone drilling and technical skills. And so, as I mentioned, we have access to a large technical skills lab where we spend a lot of time working with cadavers and samples to do surgical approaches. So you can see here some of our residents trying some endoscopy, as well as I mentioned, some of that bone drilling. The clinical work, we've got a couple adult teams at the HGH, the blue and red teams, and they're comprised of different groupings of the specialties for the clinical practice. So one focuses on, spine and vascular, the other one on skull base and skull base oncology. There's about anywhere from 2,000 to 2,200 operative cases per year, which is nice because it's at a kind of a single site, and about 200 of those are pediatrics. As I mentioned, a lot of residents are interested and have an opportunity to participate in research during their residency program. They often are involved in several projects, both on the pediatric and adult side. We've got a couple research collaboratives, which the residents are strongly encouraged to participate in. One run by Dr. Sharma, another one combined run by Dr. Singh, and Dr. Fleming is one of the pediatric neuro-oncologists. Just this year, we have about 50 peer-reviewed articles so far, of which a resident is involved in almost every single one of those as well. So that was my tally as of about a month and a half ago. As I mentioned, we have one CaRMS resident, 2 CaRMS residents per year, and 1 visa trainee, and we're averaging about 2 to 3 residents per year. Our plan is 3 per year, typically. Within the hospital system that we work in, we are, as I mentioned, we're part of a larger hospital system, but we are the neurosurgical site for the hospital system, and so there's multiple sites: Mumsy, the Juravinski, McMaster, St. Joe's, and all those have all the neurosurgical activity, with the exception of a small amount of outpatient neurosurgical activity is at the Hamilton General Hospital, and that's a little bit of outpatient practice at St. Joe's. And then the pediatric site is at the McMaster Children's Hospital site. We cover a pretty large geographic area, so of those familiar with Southern Ontario, we have about 2.5 million catchment. We cover all of the Niagara Peninsula, and then about halfway to Toronto, and then about halfway to London as well. This is the view of Hamilton. So on a map, here's Toronto across the water from us, and this is the old industrial waterfront area of Hamilton. But if you look the other way, you can see the rest of Hamilton, which is a beautiful kind of suburban and urban mixed place. This is out the back of the Hamilton General Hospital, and this is kind of the downtown skyline at night, looking from above from the escarpment. City itself is a wonderful place. I grew up in the Niagara region, but have been in Hamilton now for a couple decades, and it's a lively place, which has a lot of access to a lot of things that are outside of work, and so that's one of the important things. If you're not from the area, moving to another area, you're always looking for something you can do and find things to do outside of work, and there's a lot to do in Hamilton and around the Hamilton area. Now, I just wanted to touch briefly also on this article. I don't know if anyone else has talked about it. Has anyone showed this or had opportunity to chat about it? It's kind of like the elephant in the room sometimes for people. And I heard the last person talking about choosing a career. And so this article just came out this month in the CJNS. And what they did is they looked at all of the graduates from 2015 until 2020, and they just kind of tracked them, said where they go, what they did, in terms of fellowship, and then tried to see what the employment rate was after this. And so there is what they call underemployment. And so this is probably something that I don't know if you're familiar with. Kind of orthopedics kind of went through a highly publicized version of this probably about 10 years to 15 years ago, where there were a lot of orthopedic surgeons and not a lot of work. That has kind of slowly corrected itself over time. If you look at the recent graduates, about a quarter of them are what are defined as underemployed. Now, that doesn't mean they don't have jobs. They're not living on the street, and but they are not in permanent positions. Okay, and so what that means for many is that they're in a locum or they're a clinical associate without a full academic associate appointment, which is kind of the expectation in many places across the country. And about half of them were still in Canada, and about 30% in academic institutions. So there is an ongoing issue with people being able to come out and find permanent jobs. Now, most people will, even in this underemployment phase, will go on and find jobs. But it is, I just want to point it out, that it is an ongoing challenge. Now, many of you are many years away from this, anywhere from, 6 to 8 to 10 years away. And so the landscape kind of is always evolving and changing. And one of the things I'd like to point out is that this is neurosurgeons density per 1 million population. And this is back in, I think, 2018. And this looked at all of the world and looked at neurosurgeons per population. And so it's not that we are saturated. There's a lot of room to grow. It's just the growth is a slow progress. So we're actually right here in the middle. We're 5 neurosurgeons per million. Sorry. Right, 5 neurosurgeons per million population, and you can see over here in many other of the developed worlds, there aren't too many here who are high-income countries like ourselves that are down here on this end. So the hope is over time that we kind of improve and reach parity, because there is a lot of even Ontario waitlist work and things like that going on, which is trying to right some of the ship in terms of being stretched for resources, but it is an ongoing problem. This is what it looks like as a map. And we're this big pink area here, and you can see a lot of Europe and the rest of the developed world has significantly more neurosurgeons per capita than we do, and so I'm hopeful that will continue to be addressed over time through expansion, both in academic sites and in community sites, which hopefully will make some better job prospects for people not suffering from underemployment when they're done, and having more opportunity to stay in Canada than go to the US. But the way I advise many people is that, if you are training to be a neurosurgeon, I think the first thing you need to do is accept that you may need to move to find work. And, you can never kind of expect that you will be, that you can necessarily choose, the city you're going to work in, or sometimes even the country you're going to work in, because many do end up in the U.S. Afterwards, just solely by lack of full-time job opportunities sometimes, which is kind of interesting, because again, there are many who are foreign trained who have been hired into the job market over time, and so I think that speaks more so to essentially the timing sometimes of when people are graduating and what their interests are, and some of it is just when the stars aligned. Just briefly, the strength of McMaster, we're a high volume center concentrated pretty locally in a urban setting, where we have a lot of opportunity to see all different pathologies and subspecialty expertise kind of in a single area, which is quite nice when you put it in the background of high volume things. We have a excellent neuro step-down unit and neuro ICU, and so one of the things that we get people working on and learning early on is taking care of critical care patients, both in the ICU but also in our step-down unit, where we put our acute neurosurgical patients. We have a procedure room that's run on the ward, where residents become independent pretty quickly with procedures. So most, within 2 to 3 months within residency, are comfortable doing things like EVDs and twist drills, and really well established with their technical skills for simple procedures. We have an excellent research program, a lot of good output, a very good research coordinator, several research coordinators and support staff who help to, help residents become successful in their research careers, both in the residency and beyond, as well as having good mid-level support from PAs and NPs, both at the adult and pediatric site, and a good PGME program as well. The one thing is that we do not have functional neurosurgery on site, and this is we currently have a mandatory rotation where everyone has the opportunity to do that, but they have to go to another site to get the functional exposure. However, that hasn't slowed people down, both with the opportunity to do electives and focus research and work. There's actually several residents in our program right now that are interested in functional. In fact, 2 of them are going on to functional fellowships in the next couple of years. But we're busy, and so that's the one thing, is that you have to move fast and pretty quickly. Got to hit the ground running in many cases to keep up with things. But that's also, I think, quite good opportunity for learning. I'm going to skip over some of this because I want some time for questions. I'm gonna try and hold a town hall in November, a couple weekends from now. I don't have the Zoom link with me right now, but if you want to either email myself or our program assistant Elise, or go to the McMaster PGME CaRMS website, we should have the information up there shortly. Also, I can try and send it out through CaMSIGN as well if you guys have that information. Once I have the Zoom link. And then also, feel free to reach out. I've chatted with many of prospective candidates just on the phone or on Zoom, and I'm happy to do so to, let you guys know about our program more or answer any questions you may have. You still a few more weeks before CaRMS comes up, and some of you are up at that point and some of you are earlier, and so I'm happy to chat about anyone with any interest in neurosurgery. Excellent. And any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Yarascavitch, for the awesome presentation. The floor is open for questions from the audience. You can go ahead and unmute yourself or write in the chat. I think actually there's a question in the chat. Is it relatively straightforward to transition to the US labor market and healthcare as a Canadian trained neurosurgeon from Renage?
That's an excellent question. So we do not have parity with the US for our for board certification. So if you graduate from a Canadian neurosurgery training program, then you come out as Royal College certified or a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons of Canada. That, in many cases, is recognized as equivalent for all intents. For both, in almost all the states, you're eligible for medical licensure with coming from a Canadian medical school. And then your specialty certification, your specialty designation is recognized as a specialty designation as well. There are some places, and sometimes some of the more academic centers will insist on board certification, which as I said, we're not eligible for. It's mostly advertising from my perspective. There's a lot of advertising in the US around healthcare, and people like to say they're board certified or board eligible. But for actually certification and working, it makes no difference whatsoever. And so, as I said, we have a number of residents, even from our program and across the country, who go down pretty frequently and are hired. Most of them end up at smaller community, I wouldn't say smaller, but more community rather than large academic sites, although that is kind of changing over time as many of those community or non-academic hospitals get academic designation with medical schools as well. What other questions, you guys? Anything else?
If there's no other question, just to follow up on that question, actually, so I know that the pediatric neurosurgery match kind of works a little bit differently from the other, and the board certification also works a little bit differently from the other neurosurgery subspecialties. So I believe, is that true that the pediatric neurosurgeons are board certified, but it's really the adult neurosurgeon?
Yeah, so it's true. So I have ABPNS certification, so it's American Board of Pediatric Neurosurgeons. They actually used to be their own independent board up until about or 6 years ago, I want to say 2017, 2018, when they actually became enfolded as part of the American Board of Neurological Surgeons. So it is true that you end up with an American certification for ABPNS, but it would be board certified in pediatric neurosurgery. There are other programs which are kind of moving towards that, and so pediatric neurosurgery's had their own board since the late 90s, and so it's well enshrined. But there are other ones where there are developing probably cross-national certifications to some extent. There's going to be in Canada at least an AFC program, or what they call area focused competency, where you get a certificate from the Royal College, probably in spine within the next several years. They're actively working at the Royal College level. And then vascular, and more so endovascular, is probably working towards a similar model as well, where there will be other than just being fellow trained, that you will have a designation or an AFC recognized AFC component to your subspecialty practice.
Perfect, thank you. Are there any other questions?
I had a question about the neurosurgeon staff who is dedicated to neuro step down. I think I'm pretty curious as to how that works in a clinical team system for residents.
Yeah, so actually, he runs the step down insofar as that he's the director of the step down, but he isn't on every week. So they work it very similar to ICU, where you spend kind of a week taking care of those patients. Ours is 8-bed step-down unit. So although Dr. Sharma works as the director, Dr. Van Adel, who's one of the neurointerventionalists, he actually does a week there. Dr. Algierd, who's one of the skull-based surgeons and vascular surgeons, he spends a week there. And then there are some actually dedicated neurointensivists who also rotate through. So they run it just like an ICU, but the specialist who takes care of it has a specific interest and knowledge in neurocritical care specifically, rather than general ICU. And so that's where we take everyone who's not intubated, who's still a critical patient. So a lot of the subarachnoid hemorrhage patients, post-coiling. So that's why a lot of some of the vascular surgeons, endovascular surgeons, take care of those patients, because a lot of them are their own patients, because those are the ones who often are critically unwell, need blood pressure monitoring and support, but aren't necessarily intubated.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So question from the chat again from Renaj is asking, if you are Canadian trained pediatric board certified, does it mean you can only operate on pediatric cases, only take on pediatric calls in the US?
No, so again, so the board certification actually is not a license to practice medicine or anything like that. The board certification in the US is actually, when you finish your residency, you actually aren't board certified. So it's different insofar as in the US, you don't actually have your board certification when you're done your training. In Canada, it's the opposite. We finish our training and we typically finish our exams and all of our training before we graduate. And so absolutely, you can actually operate on adult patients as well. And actually in the US, and maybe Jay can actually speak to this a little bit more, in the US, many pediatric neurosurgeons actually do some adult work as well. Jay spent some time down in the US, but I don't know if he had any adult practice there.
No, I didn't. It was pure peds. It's easier to be pure peds in the US because there's more volume, but a lot of Canadians do a bit of both. My two partners do a bit of both, but there's a mix. Some for pure, some are not.
Yeah. But there's no board certification, and whether it's your Royal College certification or the PEDS board is really independent of your ability to practice in any capacity. And like I said, most people who don't have major impediments to working in the US if they want to afterwards. Awesome. Well, we're out of time, so, and I don't want to take up any of Dr. Riva-Cambrin's.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yarascavitch, for your time and for joining us for, I think it's the 4th consecutive year. And we look forward to having you next year as well. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. And do reach out if there's any questions. I had my email up there and stuff, and or you can get me through CaMSIGN here, but happy to chat with anybody who has any more questions. Have a great one.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Okay, I'm not sure what format everyone's doing, so I don't know. Maybe I'll ask the group first. If you want to just pelt questions at me, we could just do that. But I thought I usually give a little spiel first. We also have an open house on Thursdays, so maybe I'll give a talk, and I'll just make sure I leave at least like maybe 10 minutes for questions. So I'll just dead stop myself in 20 minutes. How's that? Okay, good. Okay, great. So welcome to virtual Calgary. And okay, I just want to just tell you, so first of all, if there's any of you that tried to get an elective and went through our god-awful portal, I apologize. Anyway, we are actively trying to destroy the portal in Calgary, but it's UME versus PGME. And so anyway, you guys know how powerful your UMEs are. So we're trying to get rid of it because, yeah, we hate it. We want anyone that wants to come to Calgary for an elective to come. So I apologize if someone wasn't able to. If anyone it wasn't able to and really wanted to and still can, let me know. If you can't, we totally understand. But please get in contact me. I'll leave my email at the end, and we can have like a one-on-one, and I can try to tell you what it's like in Calgary, and I'll also set you up with one of our residents, and they can tell you if I'm lying or not. Okay. All right. So in the meantime, Calgary, for those that don't know, Calgary is the youngest and fastest growing city in Canada, major city, where our population jumped from 1.2 to 1.4 in the last couple of years. And we see that around town. The residents make fun of me for always saying the sunniest city in Calgary. So it can be cold, but doesn't mean it's not sunny. So yeah. So if you haven't been, people have preconceived notions. Oh, it's just a bunch of cowboys and Hicksville, and it's like a Texas. And actually, if you go to Houston, it's one of the most beautiful cities in the world. But no, Calgary is very cosmopolitan. It's a very young, so it's great for me. I'm a pediatric neurosurgeon, so childbearing families, young, vibrant, multicultural. It's the city coming up on the rise on every which way. But we've never lost our Western flair, and yeah, our population of the city basically doubles during the stampede, and no residents want to be on call during the stampede. Number one, because you missed the fun. Number two, it's just nonstop head injuries. So, all right. So, and of course, we're blessed to have Banff in our backyard, and people take advantage. Okay, so in fact, if you don't believe me, you're like, he's biased. What's he biased? Well, how about we're the 5th ranked most livable city in the world? Okay. Notice a few of our friends in Canada are a little bit lower. I wish the other program directors could watch, because we're all going to meet next week and we'll have a fight. But anyway, so it's livable. It's just because it's a big city, you can move around really well, and cost of living's creeping up, but not like some places that are just unlivable now. So, okay, what are the facilities? So if you haven't had a chance to visit us, facilities, really we run out of 2 hospitals, adult and peds. So number 1, trauma center, Foothills has a few things that will go, has an intraoperative MRI, ROSA robot, lit. The inpatient service is anywhere from 50 to 120. So you got to see 120 patients before you get to the OR in the morning. So we'll get to that in a minute. You're not going to graduate from this program without being clinically awesome. Even if you try to be negligent, like the sheer volume will make you great. Focused ultrasound, or us in Toronto, are the only 2 in the country. Project NeuroArm we'll get into in a minute. and the new cancer center just opened up 2 weeks ago. So it's just an enormous cancer center, like the size of Princess Margaret and beyond, actually. So Calgary's very proud of that at the moment. And then where I live at the Alberta Children's Hospital, it's a freestanding hospital. Like we're sort of known for our epilepsy program and neuroendoscopy. That's what I do. And yeah, a highly ranked children's hospital. I always put 2022 because that's when we were 7th. I think this year we're 12th, but I just pretend I didn't update my slides, but I just narked on myself. Catchment, we're busy. We're very busy because we don't just look after Southern Alberta. We look after parts of Saskatchewan and British Columbia, and it's about 3 million. So if you were here, you'd know it's a 3 to 6 ORs a day neurosurgery, and plus children's. And children's, yeah, we do about 270 cases a year. But we have a policy, residents get to the OR early and often. And so like there's none of this, you don't go to the OR until PGY2. No, you go to the OR on July 1st. So we try to make sure the residents go, you know, if you're on call, you're on call. You can try to get to the OR on call. And then post-call, we try to get you home by anywhere from 9 to 10:30, 12 drop dead, but we really try to get residents home by 10:30. And then the other 2 days, you're not on call or post-call, you're operating. So, okay, but we have some people to help. So that's why we can get people to the ORs. We have, though that is a old picture, but I didn't have a new picture. So only on the right, there's 5 nurse practitioners at Foothills, but only those 3 have moved on, and we've replaced them with 4 others. But Ron is still there, and then at Children's we have Kelly, and Kelly is an integral part of our service at the Children's. Okay, clinical programs. So we're very proud, Calgary. You'll see, I'll brag in a minute. So we have everything. I brag, and the other program directors get mad. We're the only program that has everything, because what really puts us on the map is peripheral nerve. We have Raj Mehta, world leader. He has a lab in peripheral nerve. He's sort of one of the 5 gurus in the world of peripheral nerve, and we're lucky to have him. Peds, there's 3 pediatric neurosurgeons, myself included. We're part of the 8 Hydrocephalus Clinical Research Network, which really helps put us on the map. And then we also, another thing that puts us on the map is adult hydrocephalus. That's missing in most Canadian centers. Vancouver's got awesome adult hydro, us too, and Saskatchewan has good adult hydro. But a lot of other places, those patients are lost. Anyway, so we do not lose them, and we do a lot of research as well. So functional, we have 2 functional neurosurgeons, Dr. Kish and Dr. Gergis. They do all gamuts of functional neurosurgery, and we're also proud to have a high frequency ultrasound. Yeah, sorry, the thing's blocking me, but I think that says neuro-oncology. We have like 5 surgeons that do neuro-oncology, from GBMs, meningiomas, skull base, and endonasal. So we have a very robust clinical program. Epilepsy is pretty huge in Calgary, especially peds epilepsy. Besides sick kids, peds, we do the most, I think. And then adult epilepsy, we do a ton. That's Dr. Hayter and a little bit of Dr. Starveld as well. And then Calgary Stroke Program. We always say if you're going to have a stroke anywhere in the world, you want it in Southern Alberta. We have the shortest times to TPA or shortest times to EVT. We're very proud. The stroke program, the neurologists get a major tip of the hat here. They are the most aggressive our neurologists are like surgeons. They are extremely aggressive. And it really allows us to be on the forefront of most major New England Journal publications that are coming out under stroke. It's coming out of Calgary. And then the Calgary Spine Program, we're very proud. They're an excellent spine program with sort of the top Canadian fellowship program, and we have 5 spine neurosurgeons, and they're seamlessly combined with the orthopedic surgeons. Just take the time. Good. Okay, I kind of bragged about this already, that I really feel like there's nothing we don't have to send you out for anything. Like when you come to Calgary, we've got everything. Other things we have that not every place has is endoscopic third ventriculoscopy, choroid plexus cauterization. That's me that does that. There's only Toronto and Vancouver. Other people dabble in it, but we were trained. Integrated skull-based clinic. So we have a great skull-based clinic where you ophthalmology, endocrinology, us, are all in the same clinic, and it's a really amazing multidisciplinary clinic. I brag about peripheral nerve and adult hydrocephalus and the ultrasound enough. Project NeuroArm. Dr. Sutherland is, if you love robotics and engineering, doesn't get better than Dr. Sutherland. He's constantly building, he has a contract to start the AI for the Mars robot to put a chest tube in, and he's doing the early, he's got NASA grants to start that process and other things like that. So normally you guys would come here for CaRMS, would give you a tour of this lab, and it'll just blow your mind. You can't believe a neurosurgeon, like it's like robots everywhere moving around. It's amazing. And between John Wong and Alameda, Alameda does his own research, but John Wong went back and got his MBA, so he can kind of, if you want to do an MBA, he can guide you through it. Patents, innovation, they have their own company. They've developed a dissolvable stent, and they're working their way through all raising money and stuff like that. So we have an extreme expertise in that. If there are residents that want to get involved, and 3 of our residents are involved. Research productivity, it's huge in Calgary. We care a lot. Faculty and residents care a lot about research. And besides Toronto, we have the second biggest output, and they have 3 times as many staff. Okay, what about the program itself? So we have residents from everywhere. I just updated this morning. So across every province, you see kind of actually matches depending on your population density. We used to have 2 from the Maritimes, but they both graduated. 1 from Saudi Arabia and 1 from America that's trained. And so, yeah, 14 total. And we are taking 3 next year. And we have nobody coming out, so the program will jump to 17 next year. There they are. There's the dream team. So there's a current set of residents. It's great. They come from everywhere, all walks of life. We have extreme diversity in Calgary, and I don't mean the visible diversity. You can see the visible diversity if you care about those sort of things, which we do, but we don't force it. But also there's a diversity of personalities. We got total nerds, total extroverts. We got jocks, kind of like people who love sports and work their way through. So that's also some diversity we're extremely proud of as well. Okay, things that we're also proud of here is we try to build the program very resident. You hear precision health for patients, trying to do that for residents. And try to design the resident around you. The Royal College doesn't allow too much flexibility, but it does allow some. This is our vision statement for where residents can really get their precision education is during their research years. And we have tons of flexibility. And Calgary always wants, you'll hear me say it 1,000 times, wants to produce neurosurgeons plus. And I'll show you why in a minute. Everyone trains you really well in Canada. You're going to get great training everywhere, to be a neurosurgeon. But we're not happy with that. Calgary, we want to train the chairs, program directors, program leads, innovators, basic scientists, clinical scientists. Heck, we have one resident who wants to get an MBA, and she wants to be the CEO of Manitoba Health one day. It's a very specific goal, but that's what she wants, and that's what we're going to help her to become. All right, so to demonstrate, to put our money where our mouth is, I thought, I used to do it a different way, but I'm going to show this. This is what our residency pool looked like in 2019, pre-COVID. So let's just see where everybody's at. So there, Dr. Poon and Dr. Yang, they have joined us as faculty. Dr. Poon did a PhD in basic science for GBM research, and now she's on faculty here. Dr. Yang's on faculty here and doing some great, he did ClinEpi with me. And now he has his own lab, and you can see he grabbed that homeless man and made him do a spine operation without any anesthesia. That's an ongoing joke, but he's not. That was our patient 1, first patient in Canada that had spine surgery conscious. So he started that program up. Okay, what about other people? So Albert and Stefan, or Dr. Lang and Dr. Isaac. Oops. Ooh, give me a sec. Jumping on me. Okay, Dr. Lang, staff at UBC now. He did a PhD here, which is unbelievable on Parkinson's and cognition. and still doing great work at UBC. We're very proud. Dr. Isaacs got 2 PhDs from Wash U and Calgary simultaneously. And despite our efforts to try to retain him in Calgary here, too big an offer from the Ohio State University, and he's at Nationwide Children's. He's a pediatric neurosurgeon. Again, I'm showing you examples of like what you can do in your residency if you come to Calgary, and then how it pays off. Okay, so Magali wanted to do med ed, so she went to Harvard. Can you tell with her outfit there? So for 2 years, she only wore Harvard crimson. So anyway, she looked at competencies by design, and she's also interested in global health. She did an extra year in Tanzania, and then now she's taken a staff position and is the associate program director at Wash U. Okay, Matt and Maddie. Matt and Maddie just graduated. So there's an example. So what about, can you get good fellowships? Yeah, great. Maddie got a great fellowship. She's at Utah with Dr. Caldwell, my old stomping grounds, and she's already accepted a position at Dal. She went to Stanford and got an engineering degree and worked with, this sounded really cool 4 years ago, Elon Musk. So she's very good, has a good relationship with Elon Musk and his company Neuralink. But nowadays that's something we used to brag about, but not less so much. But and then Matt has a job at Memorial. He's at University of Chicago doing vascular. He did a health economics degree and is going to do a lot of health economics work on the Rock. Okay, what about current residents? What are people doing now? What are some possibilities? Well, Jenna came from Saskatchewan. Jenna's here. She's doing ClinEpi in she's doing it in skull base, but I'm her supervisor because I'm a ClinEpi person, and she's going to get her master's degree. She just she took a year off for mat leave, but now she's back and doing some incredible things. Branavan already had a PhD with Sheila Singh and McMaster. So what can he do? What can you do with your research time? So he's now doing on his 3rd year. He's at Memorial Sloan Kettering doing a postdoc looking at metastases and how they cross the blood-brain barrier, and he wants to someday bring that back to GBM. And he got a Banting fellowship, which is a postdoc, which is the highest you can get. So just to show you what has been done and how it paid off the jobs, how we kind of dominate the Canadian market at the end of things, and how we get great fellowships, and the residents do some amazing research, and they're already leaders even when they're residents. What am I doing for time? We also have an excellent CIP program. So if you stay in Calgary, you can become a member of the CIP. So Jenna is a member of the CIP. Actually, we have 3 residents currently members of the CIP program, and they pay for your, you don't need to get grants. I mean, you still apply for grants, but if you go away, you can't, your CIP, no matter where you are in Canada, won't pay for it, except for the first year where your province pays for it. Okay, I'll wind up here really quick. Something we're really proud of. So I practiced 9 years in the US, and now I'm back 9 years. So I kind of took the best what Americans have to offer and the best what Canadian, in my opinion. And in Calgary, we really think it's really important to maintain good relationship with our American friends. Most people do a fellowship in the US. 50% of Canadians get jobs in the US, but all the big meetings are usually in the US or Europe, or Australia. And so it's really important that you guys get on the podiums and brag about yourselves. And by the way, you're bragging about Calgary while you're doing that. So we really feel strongly, and we have lots of visiting professors, and we always target them towards a resident who's trying to get their fellowship. Like there's Dr. Lawton, Dr. Previdello, and take them up to BAM. And the residents had an amazing time with both. Those were just last year. And then both us and Toronto are invited to the annual softball tournament in Central Park every year. It's just an amazing chance to network. All the chairs, all the fellowship directors are there, all the big wigs, and plus it's fun, and it's incredible that they shut down Central Park for us. Anyway, it's an amazing opportunity. And then last but not least is we're leaders in wellness, or well-being nowadays, we say, and yeah, we're testing an app. The residents get an app, and if you test low every week, like and it scores you on 7 things, then you're a psychologist, a trained sports psychologist who's out, because we think residents are like high performance athletes, the same sort of stresses. And so we're working with, this is the same people that do it for Team Canada. And so we're working with them. And so if you score low, they'll contact you and say, hey, how about you got 10 minutes to talk, you know, and you can take more, you can take an hour. So free count, it's not free, it's free for the residents, we're paying for it, but yeah, so it's something, and we're also studying it to see if it helped. You know, maybe it doesn't help. It's another thing for residents to do, so you're like, you know, but something we're really proud of. Oh yeah, this is just a shout out. We do have an open house, so we'll have a whole hour. I'll probably give a similar presentation and just have way more time for questions. So don't forget it for any of you that want this Thursday at 6 Mountain Time. There's my email. So again, people that got screwed by the portal, I want to hear from you, or you just want to chat with me about anything, or if you come already and you want to talk to me again, that's my email. Let me know. We want to hear from you. Okay, I think that's it. Okay, I lied. I'm 3 minutes over, but I'll shut this down. And any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Riva-Cambrin, for the awesome presentation and the awesome talk. Thank you for your time. If there's any question from the audience, you can go right ahead and unmute yourself or write it in the chat.
No question. You guys are probably 9 hours into this, and you're like, if I hear one more thing about a neurosurgery program, but yeah.
I do have a question.
Yeah, please.
Yes. Hi. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Riva-Cambrin. So my question is, I don't know if I missed that anywhere in the slides, but is there a number of the caseloads that residents do in different years, including the chief year, because we had some numbers from the previous programs. Just I know it can vary, but
yeah, I'm hesitant. Like we've set up their case logs, and we have very detailed. In fact, I was in charge of setting up all the case logs across Canada. Like we started, and it mirrors the US, by the way, on purpose. But I haven't really analyzed it yet. I think our chiefs do anywhere from, in their chief year, anywhere from 400 to 500 cases, I think. I just don't know where in that, and it varies between them, obviously, too. So, but by the end of resident, I don't know, I forget, they're all at about 1,200 or something like that, but I can't remember. I'm hesitant to say exact numbers. I don't want to mislead, but that's ballpark. It's big numbers, like you're operating every day as chief. Like I said, Fridays is just a gong show. Like if you come to Calgary, it's like usually 6, sometimes as many as 8 neurosurgery ORs running. So, and at the moment we only have 3 residents. So like lots of extra time. That's why we've expanded to 3, because we have so many educational opportunities in Calgary that are just being left behind. And I think we do a great job training. So that's why we've expanded to 3. So I hope that it kind of
if I can ask a follow-up question, I think you mentioned something about the project NeuroArm. Is this the robotic project?
Yeah, it's Dr. Sutherland's lab is called Project NeuroArm because he helped with the robot for the arm on the space station a long time ago. That was a long time ago. So yeah, he's doing robots for everything, like robotic manipulation of bipolar cautery, sensing how much you're bipolar, and he's doing sort of all this and writing. They're doing tons, like they have sort of 2 parts of the lab. One is the computer science part, the AI, and the other one is the engineering part. And they're both kind of on a crash course to, again, his thing is to get the early prototype of a chest tube that can autonomously put in a robot that can put in a chest tube on a mission to Mars. So that's what he's working on. So.
Awesome. Thank you.
There's a question in the chat that says, from Ranaj, that says, how early can one begin to arrange an OA elective in Calgary? I'm in 3rd year.
Yeah, that's a good question. Like, I can't tell you how big of a war we are with the, because like for the first time I went on to look what you guys see. So I sat down there with the general surgery program director, and he's like, look, and it just says, you know, Edmonton available every day a year. In Calgary, it says TBD. So that drives me nuts. But basically, I'm negotiating with them that foreign electives, not foreign, but not like electives, like true electives in your third and fourth year. We reserve all the spots from August to December of the previous year, and that includes UFC people, obviously. And then when the first and second year UFC people, they can go in the rest of the times, but they don't like that, and we're fighting with them. But so anyway, but that I think we'll win. So I think that's what most programs do. So I don't have, see, I can't answer that question because I'm at mercy when they decide to open the portal. So, and they kind of do it willy-nilly. So I apologize. In cases being taped and put on the internet, I will play fairly with the portal system if anyone's listening from the University of Calgary administration. However, if you get screwed by the portal, you contact me and then we can try to make stuff happen. Or contact Melissa Robertson. She's my program admin. So I can't guarantee it, obviously, but we try anything. Even during COVID, in the heart of COVID, we snuck people in and rounded just for the day, just so people could see what Calgary's like and what Foothills is like, in case they were coming to Banff or something. So even if you're coming to ski over Christmas and you're like, hey, I'm just coming for the day, can I just see what the hospital's like? You let me know, we can give you a tour. You can go see Project Neuroarm if you like, you know, that sort of stuff. We'll make it happen.
So just to add up to that question, is it possible to, so even if we email you in advance to try and book the elective, is it possible to do it unofficially, or is it going to be problematic?
Well, we got to try. I got my hand slapped for saying that, because we got to try to do it officially as we can, because there's something about, like, we don't want you guys to get screwed. Like, I don't care. Like, go ahead, fire me. I could use the time off. You know, like I can handle it. I'll get a job in 2 seconds in the US, right? So like, but you guys are very vulnerable. So it's you guys I'm scared of. So I will always try to make stuff happen. You know, even if you say, hey, I used up all eight weeks of electives. I'm going to visit my weird aunt in Calgary. Can I just come see the hospital? The answer will be yes. Like, well, what about a badge? We'll sneak you in. Unless someone's listening from the administration, and we won't do that. But you know what I mean? But we'll make it happen. So yeah, let us know the sooner, especially if you're having a portal issue or anything. If you really have a specific time, just call Melissa or email Melissa, and she kind of keeps a list of everybody and tries to make sure she's looking after you, making sure that if you do get screwed by the portal, we'll figure it out. Our biggest thing is making sure you get credit from your UME. We don't want you to come here and not get credit or get in trouble. That can't happen. Okay, great. Okay, so one last shout out, Thursday open house. Like I said, I'll just do this again probably for 20 minutes and then have 40 minutes for questions. I'll probably have some residents and some other faculty. Maybe I'll get Dr. Sutherland to come on and he can correct all the wrong things I told him about his robots. But so, okay, good luck, guys.
Thank you so much, Dr. Riva-Cambrin, for your time. We'll
hoping to see all your applications in the next year or two. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So sorry, guys, we're waiting for Dr. Signal to join us. He still hasn't joined the meeting. We can wait a few minutes. If not, then we can proceed to the next presentation since Dr. Pimenta from Sherbrooke is already here. Yeah, I invite all of you to take a break, grab a glass of water if you want, and we'll be back in 2-3 minutes.
Excellent. Donc, encore une fois, merci pour cette belle invitation. Je suis très content d'être ici avec vous. Comme mon collègue vous a expliqué un peu, au Québec, on a on a une particularité, c'est que nous sommes 4 universités ici au Québec. Et malheureusement, nous n'avons pas chaque année une place de CaRMS attitrée. Donc, il y a chaque année 2 universités qui n'ont pas des postes pour les résidents CaRMS. On a des postes, comme mon collègue vous a expliqué un peu, des contingents un peu particuliers que je peux rentrer en détail après pour vous, mais ce ne serait vraiment pas pour vous parce que vous êtes admissible au CaRMS. En tout cas, cette année, ça va être nous et McGill, comme vous avez vu. Donc, l'objectif que j'ai ici, la première chose pour dire, je n'ai vraiment pas de conflit d'intérêt là-dedans, sauf que le conflit, c'est que j'aimerais bien vous avoir tous avec moi. Ça serait vraiment très intéressant. J'aime bien enseigner. C'est un bon centre universitaire que je vais tenter de vous passer ici, malgré le fait que vous voyez un taille, ça ne paraît pas énorme, mais vous voyez que le travail qu'on fait, c'est quand même assez impressionnant avec les résidents que nous avons. L'idée initiale, c'est le mot de bienvenue. Bon, voilà, c'est dit déjà. Je vais vous expliquer un peu rapidement à quoi ça consiste le programme de résidence à Sherbrooke. Par la suite, le service de neurochirurgie, comment il est divisé, comment il est constitué, c'est où qu'on travaille, c'est où que vous allez travailler avec nous. Bien sûr, je vais vous parler aussi du Sherbrooke et de l'Estrie du canton de l'Est. Et je vais ouvrir après une petite place pour des questions si vous en avez. Bon, notre programme de résidence, c'est un peu semblable à ce que vous avez déjà vu un peu avec mes collègues. Actuellement, ce programme de résidence, il va être sur 6 années aussi, semblable pour tout le Canada, avec 13 périodes. Comme vous voyez ici, nous avons notre premier résident, le résident de première année. Il y a une période de neurochirurgie qui est faite. Par la suite, c'est la période où le résident va être exposé un peu un peu de sciences de base aussi, donc la neurologie, l'infection, la plastie. Le deuxième année, semblable, il y a une bonne partie que c'est la neurochirurgie. Par la suite, la neuro aussi, la neuroradiologie. Donc, ça, c'est très varié. Vous n'êtes pas tout le temps en neurochirurgie avec nous. Vous êtes, par contre, une bonne partie de processus, vous êtes à l'hôpital avec nous. Cependant, vous ne faites pas de la neurochirurgie directement. À partir de 3e année, vous commencez à être plus proche en faisant plus de périodes de neurochirurgie avec nous. Comme vous voyez ici, le 3e année, on a la neurochirurgie. Après ça, on fait un 2e année de neuroradiologie. On revient en neurochirurgie. La neurologie, c'est très variable. On peut la faire ici, on peut la déplacer un peu. Je vais vous montrer après à quoi ça ressemble le planning de nos résidents actuels, parce que ça ici, c'est le planning théorique, le programme qui est théorique, mais il peut être vraiment changé et adapté aux besoins. Par la suite, le résident revient en neurochirurgie. Le 4e année, nous avons une période qui est quasiment 6 périodes qui sont réservées pour la recherche. C'est où nos résidents vont dédier vraiment à finaliser sa recherche et faire des publications avec nous, avec notre directeur de recherche aussi dans nos comités de recherche. Ils reviennent par la suite en neurochirurgie. Nous avons ici 4 périodes par la suite de neuropathologie. C'est où nos résidents vont profiter pour pouvoir étudier pour ces examens aussi. Donc, c'est une période qu'on libère un peu des tâches lourdes en neurochirurgie. Ils vont vers la neuropathologie. Ça va être très intéressant aussi parce que ça compte. On est obligé de savoir ça pour nos examens. Ça nous aide beaucoup dans notre vie quotidienne, notre clinique. Donc, c'est intéressant de savoir, mais c'est une période qui les résidents profitent aussi beaucoup pour pouvoir se préparer à ces examens. Le 5e année, on a l'étude pour l'examen écrit, après ça, l'examen écrit. La neurochirurgie pédiatrique, la périphérique, c'est 2 sous-spécialités que je vais vous montrer un peu par la suite. Elles ne sont pas faites dans notre centre parce que notre centre, on n'a pas de pédiatrie et de chirurgie périphérique assez pour que le résident soit bien formé. Raison pour laquelle ces résidents ils sont envoyés à Montréal ou une autre place si jamais ils souhaitent. Mais actuellement, les accords que nous avons entre les programmes, c'est avec Montréal. Ils reviennent en neurochirurgie. Le 6e année, c'est la neurochirurgie au complet. C'est l'année de la transition à la pratique. Donc, vous êtes exposé, vous opérez, vous êtes au bloc opératoire avec nous quasiment tout le temps. Et par la suite, nous avons une petite période qui est dédiée pour l'examen oral avant la finalisation du processus. Donc, si on passe rapidement ici, ça c'est comme je vous ai montré, la première année, vous voyez, c'est juste pour que vous ayez une idée à quoi ça ressemble la grille quand je la planifie avec mon résident. J'ai oublié de vous dire, je commençais, ça fait pas longtemps que je suis directeur de programme, ça fait à peine 6 mois, un peu comme mon collègue à McGill aussi. J'ai pris la place de Dr. Blanchard qui était là pendant 8 ans. Du temps. Donc, mais c'est un peu comme je vois la grille, comme elle m'est présentée. Et cette grille, elle peut être modifiable, bien sûr, selon le besoin de notre résident, mais nous avons effectivement des tâches accomplies parce que le résident, il doit par la suite, à la fin de chaque année, être capable de faire certain nombre d'activités pendant cette période. Donc, la même chose, la deuxième année, comme je vous ai montré, un peu de radiologie, de neurologie. Vous voyez, mesclé parmi la neurochirurgie, nous avons tout ça. La même chose, la troisième année, il y a la neurochirurgie, ça commence à augmenter de plus en plus. Les activités neurochirurgicales, cependant, par la suite, on a encore de la neurologie qui est là-dedans. Le quatrième année, c'est la période qui, le résident, il est quasiment pas vraiment dans notre centre parce qu'une bonne période, il va faire de la neurochirurgie pédiatrique, une autre partie de la neurochirurgie périphérique. Nous avons la neurochirurgie élective. Élective, si jamais vous pouvez choisir de faire dans notre centre, mais si jamais vous voulez aller dans un centre périphérique de notre région de Québec ou ailleurs, c'est une période intéressante pour aller planifier, pour aller se faire connaître ailleurs de notre centre, si jamais c'est de votre souhait de sortir un peu à l'extérieur. Par la suite, vous avez de la recherche, comme je vous ai parlé, environ 6 périodes de recherche. Vous revenez en pathologie pour étudier, pour être capable de passer l'examen écrit. Et par la suite, vous revenez à la fin de votre année et là, c'est de la neurochirurgie tout le temps. Donc, on considère que vous êtes déjà un neurochirurgien en transition vers la pratique. Donc, c'est ça que ça ressemble, le processus dans notre programme depuis que nous avons la CPC, depuis 2020. L'idée, c'est de vous permettre de passer à travers ces programmes d'une façon plus adéquate, plus simple. De notre côté, qu'est-ce qu'on essaye de faire pour vous aider à accomplir ces tâches? Nous avons des activités académiques qui sont réservées tous les vendredis matin. Donc, pendant cette période, le résident, il est exempté d'avoir la pagette. Donc, il ne répond pas à la pagette, il n'est pas de garde. Même s'il est de garde, il ne répondra pas. C'est nous, les patrons, que nous allons, pendant cette période d'études, s'en occuper de tous les appels de l'hôpital ou de l'urgence, peu importe. On a toujours des lectures dirigées qui sont faites par les résidents entre 7h30 à 8h. On a des demi-journées académiques tous les vendredis, comme je vous ai dit, de 9h à midi. Une particularité aussi intéressante, c'est qu'on a beaucoup de cours. Nous avons des cours conjoints entre Sherbrooke, Québec et Montréal. De 9h à 10h, chaque site va parler on a disons par exemple, là maintenant, on est dans le module vasculaire. Donc, le site de Montréal, il y a un patron qui va parler pendant 1 heure sur un thème spécifique. Après ça, ça va être Sherbrooke, Québec. C'est bon, ça augmente, cette façon, ça augmente beaucoup notre participation. Mais par la suite, chaque centre va se distribuer continuer son activité académique. Nous avons des cas cliniques à discuter. Nous avons des cours de neuroradiologie. Nous faisons de la mortalité et morbidité, des clubs de lecture, des présentations de résidents et patrons. On fait des quiz. On a des révisions des cas à chaque semaine aussi. Donc, il y a des cours de tronc commun en chirurgie. Donc, c'est très varié. Mais on a un planning déjà de nos activités à chaque mois, 2-3 mois à l'avance. À quoi ça ressemble normalement nos activités, l'horaire type des activités? Donc, on a des lectures dirigées. Ça, c'est très varié. Ça dépend beaucoup des résidents, comment ils vont s'organiser. On n'a aucun contrôle là-dedans. Moi, je suis sollicité seulement s'ils ont besoin, mais actuellement, ils s'organisent. Sinon, de 8h à 12h, on a le cours de tronc commun en chirurgie. On a des demi-journées académiques tous les vendredis. Les cours de soins intensifs, techniques des tumeurs, des réunions de recherche. Et actuellement, à la fin de la journée, peu importe où vous êtes, ils vont se réunir, tous les résidents, entre 17h et 17h30 pour faire le transfert avant que la garde de soir commence. Nous avons des activités annuelles que nous conseillons fortement à nos résidents de participer, des congrès nationaux, 1 à 2 congrès nationaux, et des congrès internationaux, au moins un, qui sont soutenus des fois financièrement aussi pour pouvoir participer de ces congrès grâce à notre département et l'université aussi. Il y a des cours qui sont organisés aussi, des Canadian Neurosurgery Rock Camp, Ottawa Neurosurgery Review Course. Donc, à chaque année, ils ont l'opportunité de participer à ces cours. De notre côté aussi, nous avons l'habitude de faire des examens formatifs. Mais nous avons 2 simulations orales de l'examen de Collège Royal pour laquelle les résidents vont participer. Une pratique écrite aussi pan-canadienne qui permet effectivement que vous soyez prêts à la fin à passer l'examen de Collège Royal. Comme je vous ai parlé, à chaque vendredi, au quasiment, disons, 3 vendredis par mois, nous avons des quiz. Les autres vendredis, nous avons d'autres activités. Examen formatif, comme je vous ai parlé, normalement, on a 2 par période, 2 par année, à chaque 6 mois. Donc, l'objectif de tout ça ici, c'est la fameuse pétale de CaMSIGN, c'est d'être capable de vous rendre à la fin de parcours en professionnel, en neurochirurgien complet dans toutes les sphères. Notre programme de résidence, la grosse avantage que je trouve, c'est que vous n'avez aucun déplacement à faire. Tout ça se passe dans un même centre hospitalier. Nous avons plusieurs centres hospitaliers ici dans la région, mais le seul centre que nous avons la neurochirurgie, c'est l'hôpital Florimont, celui que je vous présente ici. Et l'hôpital Florimont, il est encerclé par l'université. Donc, nous avons l'université, la faculté de médecine et l'hôpital Florimont au centre de cette faculté. Donc, tous les résidents ont accès à la faculté et toute la partie de simulation, anatomie, les cours ainsi que vice-versa, les externes, ils ont accès à la neurochirurgie facilement. Donc, dès que vous mettez le pied à l'hôpital, vous n'avez aucun déplacement à faire, vous êtes à l'hôpital jusqu'à la fin de votre activité que vous devriez accomplir pendant votre journée. Je vous présente rapidement le service de neurochirurgie. L'équipe actuelle, c'est une équipe qui ne cesse pas de grandir, heureusement. Nous avons les 2 ex-résidents qui étaient avec nous. Moi, je suis arrivé à Sherbrooke depuis environ 7 ans. Je vous présente un peu par ordre chronologique ici. Dr. Séguin qui est au fond, et Dr. David Fortin et Dr. David Mathieu, ainsi que Dr. Jocelyn Blanchard, ont quasiment formé les autres résidents que vous voyez ici, que c'est Charles Touchette et Christian Yoromorin et Khaled Effendi. Et moi, qui suis agrégé à l'équipe depuis environ 7 ans. Donc ça, c'est l'équipe actuellement en neurochirurgie. Et ici, vous avez nos résidents. C'est notre groupe de résidents. Ici, Salman, qui a déjà fini sa formation. Nous avons 4 résidents, comme on vous a parlé ici. Ce n'est pas un nombre énorme de résidents, puisque on n'a pas un résident par année. On a aussi la possibilité du fellow. Nous avons un poste de fellow en chirurgie spinale. Donc, on a un fellow qui vient par année. On a la possibilité d'avoir plus, mais normalement, on préserve seulement un poste pour éviter exactement des conflits d'horaire avec nos résidents. Et ça n'a jamais arrivé. Le contraire, ça aide énormément l'évolution des résidents. Donc, Anne-Marie, c'est la résidente finissante. Case, qui actuellement fait, comme je vous ai montré, le 4e année, il est plus à l'extérieur. Donc, il a fait toute sa chirurgie pédiatrique à Montréal. Il a fait la chirurgie périphérique à Montréal. Il est dans sa période de recherche maintenant. Il y a un stage électif qu'il souhaiterait faire à l'extérieur pour se faire connaître aussi. Nous avons ici Louis, qui est le résident qui était avec nous aussi. C'est le 2e année, qui fait une bonne partie de son évolution, 2e vers le 3e année. Ici, nous avons Elisabeth aussi, qui est une résidente qui était avant à Calgary, qui souhaiterait retourner et approcher de notre coin. Elle a fait sa formation médicale à Sherbrooke. Donc, elle a été transférée. C'est pour ça que vous voyez que nous avons 4 résidents. Actuellement, on devrait avoir les 3 résidents que vous voyez. Salman, c'est un contingent particulier. Il est rentré hors CaRMS il a continué avec nous, il a fait ses 6 années avec nous. Donc ça, c'est notre groupe des résidents. Comme vous voyez, ils ont tous le sourire. Personne qui souffre de malaise chez nous. Là, ils sont vraiment très heureux d'être avec nous. Nous avons heureusement Marie-Claude Sarrazin, c'est elle qui, si jamais vous envoyez des mails, c'est elle qui vous allez à chaque fois obtenir la réponse assez rapidement. C'est notre ressource humaine, c'est l'adjointe pour le programme de neurochirurgie. Au niveau des spécialités, des sous-spécialités en neurochirurgie, bon, la neurochirurgie vasculaire, la neurointervention endovasculaire, neuro-oncologie, neurochirurgie spinale, neurotraumatologie, neurochirurgie fonctionnelle, ça, je vous parle de tout ce qui vous devrez être exposé autant que résident pendant votre formation. Comme vous voyez, tout ça ici, nous avons dans notre centre les deux sous-spécialités que nous n'avons pas, qui sont faites à l'extérieur de notre centre, c'est la neurochirurgie pédiatrique et la périphérique. Donc, la chirurgie spinale, nous sommes 3 en neurochirurgie et travaillons seulement avec la chirurgie spinale. Moi, je ne fais pas de crâne depuis 7 ans, Dr Blanchard non plus, Dr Touchette non plus. Donc, les 3 neurochirurgiens spinaux. Nous avons tout ce que vous pouvez imaginer comme chirurgie spinale, de chirurgie ouverte, complexe, moins invasif. On a un scanner qui est dans notre bloc opératoire. Donc, on appelle ça des OAM. Donc, c'est un scanner intraopératoire qui nous permet de placer nos vis dans une position adéquate et de confirmer. Nous avons des chirurgies complexes, comme vous voyez, des tumeurs, des reconstructions par voie antérieure, par voie postérieure. Nous travaillons de façon très étroite aussi avec l'orthopédie. Donc, notre groupe de colonne, de spine est constitué par 6 neurochirurgiens, 3 en neurochirurgie, comme je vous ai parlé, et 3 en orthopédie. Depuis pas longtemps, nous avons commencé à développer la chirurgie spinale endoscopique. C'est une chirurgie qui n'est pas très développée encore au Canada. Disons, ça a commencé depuis environ 3 années. Il n'y en a pas beaucoup d'hôpitaux qui fait encore. Je n'oserais pas dire combien, mais peut-être 2 ou 3 hôpitaux au Canada qui font de la chirurgie spinale pour le moment. Et nous, on est parmi ces groupes. On a commencé, ça fait déjà quasiment 3 années qu'on a commencé la chirurgie spinale endoscopique. Nous avons la neuro-oncologie qui est encadrée principalement par les 2 David, David Mathieu et David Fortin. Dr David Fortin, qui est ici en photo avec vous, sont nos neuro-oncologistes qui vont traiter principalement les cas de tumeurs. Nous avons aussi une forte ouverture à la recherche avec Dr Fortin, surtout avec la suppression de la barrière hémato-encéphalique. C'est une des choses qu'il a développées à l'hôpital depuis plusieurs années. Il y a un groupe de recherche très fort aussi, donc on favorise beaucoup la recherche en neuro-onco. Nous avons aussi le Gamma Knife à l'hôpital, qui est le directeur du Gamma Knife, c'est Dr David Mathieu. Dr Blanchard, c'est le chirurgien spinal, travaille avec moi, et Dr Yoro Morin font aussi du Gamma Knife. Dr Blanchard fait plus de partie de métastase, Dr Morin surtout de la fonctionnelle. Dr David Mathieu reste avec la partie tumorale du Gamma Knife. La neurochirurgie vasculaire, nous avons un neurochirurgien vasculaire, c'est Dr Effendi, qui va traiter à la fois des chirurgies ouvertes, comme celle que vous voyez ici, un anévrisme géant, mais aussi des traitements endovasculaires. Et c'est lui qui fait ces traitements chez nous. C'est aussi lui qui fait la chirurgie de base de crâne. Donc, ça, c'est une chirurgie endoscopique de la base de crâne pour une résection d'une tumeur de l'hypophyse. Il travaille d'une façon très étroite avec nos collègues en ORL. D'ailleurs, nos résidents font aussi des stages en ORL, comme les ORL font des stages aussi avec nous, exactement pour cette coopération entre les 2 services. Ce sont des très, très belles chirurgies et très complexes à la fois aussi. Nous avons la neurochirurgie fonctionnelle, qui c'est Dr Yoro Morin qui est le responsable de la neurochirurgie fonctionnelle. Nous travaillons à 2. Moi, je travaille surtout de la partie, comme vous voyez ici, la neurochirurgie fonctionnelle. L'objectif, c'est de tenter de contrôler par des implants des défaillances d'impulsion électrique, que ce soit dans le cerveau, que ce soit dans la moelle, d'une façon générale. Moi, je m'en occupe de la partie médulaire, et docteur Yoram Morin s'en occupe de la partie crânienne. Comme ici, par exemple, une implantation pour une patiente avec un Parkinson, une implantation d'un électrode. C'est assez impressionnant. Vous voyez rapidement ici la patiente qui essaye d'écrire une fois qu'elle a son implant. Vous voyez la différence, qu'elle est capable vraiment après ça de contrôler son écriture. Donc, c'est une des, de la beauté de la neurochirurgie fonctionnelle pour ces groupes de patients. On a bien sûr d'autres activités qui sont réalisées dans la neurochirurgie fonctionnelle. La stimulation, comme je vous ai parlé, la stimulation médulaire, c'est mettre en contact avec la moelle des électrodes qui vont tenter de contrôler la douleur, surtout quand cette douleur devient intraitable, difficile à contrôler par des médicaments. Ça, c'est une patiente, exemple, avec une douleur, soit des pancos, une douleur de cancer, avec tout son hémicorps de côté, du côté droit, du côté gauche qui attend. Et on va mettre un électrode à l'intérieur de la moelle. Comme vous voyez ici, la moelle, ça c'est C1, et vous voyez la moelle. Et on va stimuler cette région pour permettre une amélioration. On a beaucoup de recherches fondamentales. On a beaucoup de la proximité entre notre service, le service de physiologie, pharmacologie, nous permet de travailler d'une façon aussi très étroite avec nos collègues des sciences des bases. Ça, c'est le lab Dr Fortin. Nous avons aussi la possibilité de travailler avec des animaux qui sont un peu plus grands, comme les chats. Moi, personnellement, j'ai déjà travaillé avec des blessures médulaires chez les chats. Dr Yomorin aussi, il y a des projets, des très gros projets là-dedans. Donc, malgré le fait que c'est un centre, comme vous voyez, qui est constitué par une équipe qui n'est pas si grosse que ça, nous avons énormément de production en recherche parce qu'on favorise beaucoup, beaucoup le travail de recherche. Donc, c'est ça on cherche avec nos résidents aussi, qui participent à quasiment toutes les publications que vous voyez ici. On est capable de développer aussi des logiciels, on fait des développements de logiciels et on fait de développement aussi des nouvelles types de techniques avec nos groupes. Rapidement ici, sur les stries, pourquoi vous devriez venir connaître les stries? Bon, prenez l'autoroute des cantons de l'Est, comme vous voyez à gauche ici, vous allez voir que c'est une vraie beauté. On a toutes les saisons, comme un peu partout au Canada. Si vous êtes amateur du ski, ben, inquiétez-vous pas, vous allez être bien servi dans notre coin. Si vous êtes amateur de la nature, de la promenade, du vélo, kayak, bateau, peu importe, il y en a tout ici dans notre coin. C'est vraiment un très, très bon coin. On n'est pas loin de Montréal, mais on n'a pas de trafic. Donc, ça, c'est un grand avantage. Moi, j'habite à quasiment 10 minutes de l'hôpital. Ben, je mets 10 minutes pour aller à l'hôpital. C'est juste ça que je pars le matin et je vais à l'hôpital, je reviens ici chez moi. Il y a peut-être un trafic quand tout le monde décide de sortir ensemble de l'hôpital au même moment. Mais sinon, le trafic, il est quasiment nul dans notre région. Euh, bon, j'ai presque fini pour ouvrir les questions. Comme vous voyez ici, Sherbrooke, c'est une très, très belle ville. Une petite ville, bien sûr. C'est 175 000 habitants en 2022. Mais c'est sûr que nous prenons, je pense que vous avez déjà entendu parler du RUIS. Le RUIS, c'est tout le centre hospitalier qui est dirigé vers notre centre notre centre de traitement. Donc, on va prendre pas mal toute la région ici, entre Bromont et Granby, des fois même Victoriaville, qui théoriquement devait aller plus à Trois-Rivières, mais ils finissent pour venir vers chez nous. Sinon, Magog, tous les centres hospitaliers qui n'ont pas de neurochirurgie vont drainer les patients vers nous. Comme je vous ai parlé, le seul centre de la région de l'Estrie qui a de la neurochirurgie, c'est ici chez nous. Donc, on prendrait plus que 200 000 personnes de population. Donc, ça peut arriver aux environs 500 000 de population. Donc, c'est quand même un volume assez important. Comme vous voyez ici, nous sommes très proches de Montréal, pas tellement loin de Toronto. À Québec, nous sommes à 2 heures environ de Québec et 50 km environ de la frontière américaine. Donc, c'est ça, le grand avantage, que c'est facile à déplacer dans notre coin ici, sans aucun trafic, avec, comme je vous ai dit, une ville qui est très belle aussi. Et qui, l'autre grand avantage que je trouve, c'est la proximité avec les États-Unis, si jamais. D'ailleurs, on a beaucoup de patients qui parlent seulement anglais dans notre centre, malgré le fait que je fais cette présentation ici en français aujourd'hui parce que l'université, elle va exiger que vous parliez en français, comme vous aviez bien dit. Cependant, il y a des patients qui vont parler seulement anglais. Donc, c'est pas mal ça que je voulais vous présenter. Je ne sais pas si vous avez des questions que je puisse vous répondre par rapport à notre programme. J'ai essayé d'être le plus bref possible, mais en démontrant un peu l'ampleur d'un programme comme le nôtre ici. Je vais juste enlever le partage.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup, Dr. Pimenta, pour votre présentation complète. Donc, si vous avez des questions, vous pouvez les poser soit dans le chat ou vous pouvez juste simplement unmute votre micro puis parler.
Bonjour, Dr. Pimenta. Merci beaucoup pour votre présentation.
Un plaisir.
En fait, j'ai une question. Je suis étudiant à l'Université Laval. J'ai une question à propos les critères qui sont importants pour vous. C'est comme quand les candidats appliquent pour l'Université Sherbrooke, c'est comment les pondérations sont pour vous, comme la recherche, les connaissances cliniques, je ne sais pas, exposition clinique, ou les autres paramètres que vous pouvez nommer.
Ouais, je pense que ça, c'est une très bonne question. Merci de la poser. C'est clair que le plus important, c'est l'intérêt que le candidat va apporter vers la neurochirurgie, la connaissance qu'il a dans notre centre. Donc, ce n'est pas nécessaire parce que je sais que c'est difficile des fois de se déplacer comme là, vous êtes à Laval. C'est difficile des fois de se déplacer pour faire un stage à Sherbrooke. Je comprends très bien, mais on aime bien que vous soyez au moins conscient de où vous êtes en train de venir, que vous connaissez bien votre route. C'est clair que la recherche, elle est importante, mais malheureusement, on n'a pas tous la même possibilité d'être exposé à la recherche, mais on a tous la possibilité d'être exposé au moins en stage électif ou 2 stages électifs en neurochirurgie. Ça démontre l'intérêt et ça nous démontre aussi que le candidat, il souhaite vraiment aller vers la neurochirurgie puisqu'il a déjà été exposé à cette discipline. Parce que, comme mes collègues ils ont parlé à quelques reprises, des fois, on confond un peu la neurochirurgie avec la neuroscience, avec la neurologie. Je veux aller faire de la recherche. Tout est possible en neurochirurgie, mais ça reste un milieu technique. Donc, il faut que vous aimiez vraiment la technique chirurgicale. Et après ça, ben, c'est clair que vous allez pouvoir ouvrir d'autres possibilités. Donc, en répondant à votre question, ben, c'est clair qu'un point très important, c'est votre lettre de motivation, votre intérêt, la connaissance que vous avez dans notre centre. Si vous avez de la recherche, bien sûr, on va prendre ça en considération, mais on comprend que ce n'est pas possible pour tout le monde d'avoir plusieurs publications, déjà de maîtrise quand vous arrivez ici. Par contre, l'intérêt, il peut être démontré autrement, comme par exemple par des stages électifs avec des bons commentaires de vos pairs, de vos collègues, de vos patrons vis-à-vis à votre personne. Donc ça, je pense que c'est ça que ça compte beaucoup pour nous ici.
Super, merci beaucoup. J'ai une deuxième question aussi.
Oui.
Celle-là, c'est comme à quoi ça ressemble une mois normale pour une résidence là-bas? C'est comme en considérant comme le nombre de gardes, est-ce que les gardes sont à l'hôpital, sont à la maison, et comment ça marche en général?
C'est exactement. Bon, on respecte la convention des résidents. On n'a pas. C'est actuellement l'organisation de la garde est faite par le résident senior, celui qui va organiser la garde de tout le monde. Mais actuellement, vous faites 6 à maximum 8 gardes par mois. Comme vous voyez bien, on n'est pas capable avec ça de couvrir tout le mois. On a des gardes qui sont des découvertures et ça, il n'y a aucun problème avec ça de notre côté. Votre garde actuellement du Québec, d'une façon générale, la garde, à partir du moment qu'on attend un peu la soirée, que votre journée elle est finie, vous pouvez aller à la maison. Les résidents, ils ont un ordinateur à la maison pour regarder l'imagerie et rentrer en contact directement avec nous. Le grand avantage de notre centre, c'est que vous avez un contact vraiment très rapproché avec les patrons. Donc, il y a même le résident junior, actuellement, il n'a pas besoin d'avoir un résident senior qui va faire la garde avec lui parce qu'il va se rapporter directement à moi. Donc, cette échelle chez nous, elle est plutôt rapportée vers le patron. Et ça rassure et c'est très agréable pour le résident de pouvoir compter avec ça. Une journée typique, actuellement, ça va dépendre beaucoup de ce que vous faites. Exemple, si vous êtes en neurochirurgie, que vous êtes dans votre première année, ben, il y a très forte chance que vous allez être plus pris à l'étage pour aller voir un peu, apprendre un peu le préopératoire, le post-opératoire, l'hospitalisation des patients. C'est clair que vous allez au bloc opératoire. Des fois, il va aller au bloc opératoire avec le deuxième année ou troisième année de résidence. Il va ouvrir, après ça, il va sortir. Et après ça, il va revenir par la suite pour fermer, pour accomplir les objectifs que nous avons à faire des APP qu'on appelle actuellement, là. Donc, il faut qu'on accomplisse tout ça. Plus vous allez évoluer, plus vous allez être plus présent au bloc opératoire et moins présent à l'extérieur. Par contre, le résident senior, c'est le résident qui va gérer toutes les activités, qui va planifier vos gardes, qui va planifier théoriquement les vacances. Si vous me demandez des vacances, je vais probablement vous donner, mais c'est le résident senior qui va vous voir selon toute la planification, est-ce que la vacance, ça tombe bien, que vous demandez. Donc, après ça, c'est clair que si vous faites un stage à l'extérieur, disons que vous faites une période maintenant de radiologie. Bon, vous n'êtes pas à l'étage en neurochirurgie, cependant, vous pouvez faire des gardes en neurochirurgie parce que vous ne faites pas en radiologie. Donc, vous allez accomplir vos gardes du soir en neurochirurgie et par la suite, vous allez être en radiologie aussi et vice-versa. Donc, si vous êtes dans la période de recherche, c'est la même chose. Si vous êtes bien sûr à Montréal, ben, vos gardes vont être à Montréal. Donc, comme notre résident de quatrième année qui fait toute la partie périphérique et pédiatrique là-bas, il fait des gardes avec nos collègues à Montréal.
Merci.
C'était un plaisir.
Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres questions? Sinon, je pourrais aussi poser une question parce que, étant donné qu'il y a une place disponible chaque 2 ans, moi, personnellement, je vais faire ma demande l'année prochaine où il va y avoir des places disponibles à ULaval puis à UDM. Puis
Oui.
je me demande, parce qu'avec le maximum de 8 semaines qu'on a de stage en neurochir, c'est pour quelqu'un qui va faire la demande pendant que l'Université de Sherbrooke puis l'Université de McGill, ils n'ont pas de place, c'est pas nécessairement très stratégique pour nous de toujours prendre des stages à l'endroit où il n'y a pas de place. Donc, dans ces cas-là, si jamais il y a un no match, puis qu'on va faire la demande à McGill et à l'Université de Sherbrooke la semaine prochaine. L'an prochain, ce serait quoi un peu les étapes? Puis comment est-ce qu'on
Ben,
pourrait quand
il
même
faut rentrer en contact avec moi parce que là, vous seriez plus dans le cadre vraiment universitaire. Là. Vous venez de quitter l'université, mais vous pouvez rentrer en contact avec moi comme j'ai une étudiante qui va venir nous visiter ici, qui vient de Toronto. Donc, qui va venir nous visiter, juste passer une semaine ou un mois avec nous. Ça, c'est très simple à faire. Je vous conseille vraiment vivement de les faire pour faire connaître votre centre, mais je suis d'accord avec vous que ce n'est pas stratégique. Malheureusement, nous n'avons pas de place toutes les années. Comme le docteur Carlos Santaguida vous a parlé un peu préalablement, là, on a des discussions au sein de l'association de neurochirurgie qui vise à augmenter ça, mais ce ne sera pas pour vous encore pour l'an prochain. C'est des choses qui mettent encore un certain temps, mais on essaye de monter ça comme on était auparavant, au moins un résident par faculté par année, donc 4 résidents au Québec. Là. Donc, c'est le minimum que je pense qu'on devrait avoir. Et je crois fortement que ça va marcher, mais pour le moment, il n'y a pas vraiment de prévision de le faire. Donc, en répondant à votre question, si je n'espère pas pour vous, mais si jamais ça ne marche pas pour un de vous et si vous voulez venir se faire connaître au service parce que nous allons avoir de la place, n'hésitez pas à me contacter directement ou à moi. J'ai laissé le mail aussi dans la présentation de Marie-Claude, notre adjointe administrative. J'ai laissé mon mail aussi à l'entrée. D'ailleurs, n'hésitez pas à me contacter par mail si jamais vous avez des questions que vous n'avez pas pu poser ici. Je vous répondrai aussi en anglais si ça vous convient et je serai disponible à discuter avec vous au besoin.
Parfait, merci beaucoup.
Merci à vous.
S'il y a peut-être d'autres questions de la part des participants, mais on pourrait, ben, je vous remercie, Dr. Pimenta, pour venir ici, pour passer
C'est
du temps
gentil,
avec
merci.
nous. Puis c'était une session très, très informative. Puis en espérant de vous revoir dans 2 ans.
Exactement. Bye
Beaucoup.
bye alors.
Ouais.
Bye.
So thank you everyone for listening and staying for our 2.5 hour session. Dr. Singhal was unfortunately not able to join us, so we will not have his talk. But for the future events, if you have any feedback, any comments on how the session went, feel free to reach out to us on all social media platforms. We're open to improving the session and making it as useful as possible for all of the students. So with that being said, thank you very much. Have a wonderful rest of the night. And yep, have a good one. See you all next year.